Hey guys, it's Throgg coming at you with another game of Total Warhammer 3. We're here with our Throgg campaign again. Oh, he's such a special boy. Look at him. Deep within those troll eyes, you can see the intelligence that leaves the swords in his back in case he needs to pull one out. He's the Lord of the Monstrous Horde. We've already achieved this short victory. We've done so much good stuff here, but we're going to do more. So we've got, our lands in Norska. We've got a vassal network there. We're reading through the Empire and fighting all over the place. We're fighting Archaon because he was there. We're fighting the Chaos Dwarves. We're fighting the Orcs. Everything's going good. I was managing some inventory stuff and levels up before I started the video, and I fused together a couple of rare Book of Assures because I just had so many and I didn't have a caster that I felt like putting it on right. And I was like, maybe I'll get something cool. And we did. We got the Scintillating Shield, which will give him Charge Reflect and 1,000 barrier hit points. 1,000 barrier hit points. Pretty cool. I like this item. I was thinking of maybe giving it to Wulfric, and then I decided, you know what, we'll give the shiny shield to the big boss. We need to start decking him out. But we're just going to get to it. The other big news, so this hunt that we're on says Doomrocket. It says Doomrocket, and if it gives me a Doomrocket, well, that'll be nice. Or actually, why don't we do that first? Alright, so we can pay and then get more movement range and frenzy. Cool. Alright, and then we just gotta go over here. All good. Wulfric has been winning fight after fight after fight, and we've got a big headache of these fools, because the problem with all of these heroes and why we need to eliminate the Empire is that they actually are pretty annoying at this point. They really do a lot of work against me, just over time. Assassinating heroes and I don't notice, that kind of thing. I think we can leave this side of the river because... Alright, we've got all these here. Bjarki doesn't have lightning... Bjarki does have lightning strike.
Not in this world or the other. Do you take me for a child? It is forbidden. Tribesmen, gather!
So we're just gonna get to it. Shouldn't be anything too tricky to worry about here. Of course, this isn't like the most elite army in the world, but it's still a very solid medium tier army. It's just a little light on heroes for like true cheesy nonsense. However, it does have Bjarki, and what does he have? A chariot, but he also has regeneration. I was gonna say a mammoth, and then I realized that was a lie. But we're just gonna get to it. We're not in the slightest worried about this. However, we very much do need to do it ourselves because we're going to be doing a couple of fights with this army, and we don't need to be taking unnecessary roughness. Beautiful. And of course they never had a chance, but that's not the point. The point is efficiency. Let's just speed it up now that we've got the engage. And they'll be getting knocked off soon enough. There we go. We just continue the attack orders for a bit to get more casualties on the field, right? Right. And then we will continue eating up these armies. You know, the lightning strike, very important. I avoided getting it on Wolfric for a bit because I was like, he'll fight him. But, you know, situationally, can still be important to do. Even when eventually a really big brawl is appropriate. It's like, eventually we're going to be fighting Arbal the Undefeated. Well, I mean, maybe not. Theoretically, we could just not. You know, it'd be weird to be his neighbor the whole time and have him not want to brawl, but I guess we are very strong. And there's the mammoth. He drops down the 9,000 hit points because, of course, he just gained them. But that is okay. We don't mind. He's got the Axe of the Pale Serpent. The armor of his destiny. He's a real champ. We need to get this last retainer thing before we get up, but we're so close to Colossal Strike. Anyway, one thing that we're not doing is losing focus. Not really, anyway. Alright, so we're going to do some Bjarki moves, which is just to pump those. These guys are at a good spot in their tree where we don't have to worry about every single time getting them, but might as well here. Alright. So here and here they've got Knights of the Realm. Knights of the Realm are, of course, anti-large, armored, very decent fighters. They don't have huge AP values, though, and that's where we'll do well. We've got Armored Skinwolves, who are a good matchup against them, especially if they don't get the charge. We also have 4 Kims, which will be a lot of breath attacks. Royal Pegasus Knights will get demolished by the Chimera. Alright, yeah, let's just get to it. Do we want to fight both of them at once?
What you ask is impossible.
I'm like, if he had full hit points already, but as it is, he'll spend the whole thing getting, yeah, we'll, I think this is the right call. I mean, maybe we could have won the other one, but we still need to be able to potentially win, like, another fight or two. Oh, huh. And those are Grail Knights, which will definitely be a nice target. Grail Knights are the real deal, right? They're big scary boys. But we get all of that in. Oh, the Paladin. Paladin really trucked on us there. We need to get these other guys in. I mean, against 1 Chimera, the Paladin will match up well. Against 4 plus these Royal Pegasus Knights with their archer support, we should still be fine, I think. Yeah, because once this next one shows up, and then we'll have 2 on the Peggies in the sky, and then 2 on the Paladin. Yeah, definitely get him trucked on there. We're just gonna get a downhill charge here and here. Melkoth's on these Knights of the Realm, and then countercharge into the trees here and here. Air Force battle is won. We get very badly tuned up in the process. It's like, it's not what we were going for, but hey, if it works, right? They're trying to go for the flank here, and that's when we bring our counter flank force in. They're probably going to get on top of the Javies. What are you going to do, right? And he gets a big charge on us, but then we chomp on him again. Okay, pretty bad stuff there. Yeah, we definitely didn't want to fight both of those armies at one time. This is messy. Of course, a lot of the damage is just, you know... There's a lot going into why this is going bad. Right. I did not anticipate how well the Paladin was going to be able to put damage in on my guys, is the biggest thing. And oh, he's going to get another one. He's going to get that charge again, isn't he? Yeah, that's so rough. Because he's quick enough to run away. But there, we finally get him down. Well, you know, messy, not a disaster, not great though. The good thing is though, I think that the game counts them as having retreated because of the lightning strike element. So I don't think we have to chase him down, although we are going to sit in here to get Bjarki's HP up, of course. Of course. But yeah, so the army largely unhurt. I mean, yeah, we lost some Javies and stuff. But really, it's just that we took a whole lot of damage onto the Kims, which, you know, they did their work. Oh yeah, negative 20 to their attack because of being exhausted from the lightning strike. I always forget about that. I'm like, yeah, lightning strike. Well, you know, there is a trade-off. In the past games, there wasn't. And in Three Kingdoms, it's just good. It, like, gives your enemy negative morale, because it's like night fighting. And it doesn't mess you up at all, I don't think. Besides, like, you know, maybe it's darker. But single entities don't get healed from that, but all of the javelins basically come back.
Tribesmen, gather!
Alright, if we chase, we can't quite catch them.
What you ask is impossible. Slaughter the sheep. Chieftain of the tribe.
If Franz wants to take this fight, we'll just rip his face off, right? So we're not even worried about that.
Yes. It is forbidden. I must keep my holy vow. No. Do you take
But
me
hopefully...
Lord
I'm actually a little bit worried about this. Well, at least he just got immortal, so there's that. And that actually is, like... Funnily enough, that is the case. So it's like, even now, if they pop this army, they might get, like, one of my cool items, you know, which I would have to get over. But now they're all immortal heroes. And Lord Svu just put Humpty Dumpty back together again. Re-recruit him somewhere else. It's Ragnar we got to worry about. All right, there's Bjarki's story for the time. Sirtha Ek, before going over here and recruiting Sale, we're gonna go and finish popping Archie, right? Right. No respect for the Ever-Chosen. We're not even gonna give him his real name. He's just good old Archie to me. Yeah, this army's fine how it is. It just needs... Well, you know. Having a metal caster would be good. I don't think we have any, like, bonuses to their recruit rank. We definitely have enough in our setup somewhere. I guess at this point we could... Yeah, we'll just build it over here when we can. We do have another Fimmer Noble, and we'll recruit him for these armies over here somewhere. You know, why don't we wait for next turn to see if we can get a good trade? Burple's having a fun time. He's the color Burple. I was thinking we could send him over here to help Throgg out with the Dawi Zharr, but now I'm thinking Throgg will just handle it, right? Burn it, yeah.
Tribesmen, gather! Chieftain of the tribe, moving up.
The possibility of getting a cool item is worth more to me than the items are. Alright, so do we actually want these Marauder Hunters? I mean, we don't. Do we need any of the range there? Because we could just get... Oh yeah, we don't have any flyers in this army, and that was a problem in the earlier one. Why don't we just chop him, get the Bloodshriek him. There we go. And then in 5 agonizing turns, we can be happy again with the Iceforge Legion. But we need to get the Doomrocket up here. If we get that, and then we can give it to Throgg, and then he can, like, return to the gates of Zarnagrund, and they'll be like, oh, how many times do we have to teach this lesson, old man? And my man shows up with, like, a literal Scaven nuke. Oh, I hope that is the way the story goes. We can give Wayfarer to unit. Do we give it to him? I mean, yeah, why not? It's kind of slow to start up and go. A lot of guys in here. It shouldn't be overly tricky to take care of. We could just auto it. Yeah, I'm like, am I that interested in doing this? I'm not. We'll do a sack occupy here. Alright, what's this army want? I mean, more trolls, I guess. Kind of troll deficient up in here. They've got one of each of those. Really, it wants armored skin wolves, doesn't it? We'll do them instead. And this guy's gonna go up to there. We want to get a werekin. Ragnar's got 3 Fimir, no werekin. All right, if we can just keep on this this little holding pattern, right, where Lamont messes with them and Bretonnia's all on this side. You know, they've got a lot of forces, but they're in an awkward spot. You got chaos corruption problems that they are having, like all the way over here, because now Marienburg is overrun with the corruption from its other attendant provinces there. Feels good. All right, Wulfric. What's Wulfric doing? Wulfric is putting Humpty Dumpty back together again. He needs a Fimir caster. Just get one on the way, right? You know, why not? You know, all these are pretty bad, but we'll just take that one. It'll be fine. Like, this guy's really just needed for the replenishment, but he'll be handy for other stuff as well. We'll just move him this way and eventually remember that he's there, or not, you know, si vous préférence. Now here, I was gonna sweep up here with Wulfric and deal with this side, but I think... Is that like fighting anybody that ain't me? Nah, what a wuss. Before I forget. Colossal Strike. Yeah, because Burple's about to be right up there anyway. And although Azag has 13 places, I mean, how many of them are going to be any good at this point? It's like Karakadrin, that's cool, you know, but... And that guy's gonna go get the rocket and bring it to Throgg. And we're gonna knock back on the gates here. At least Gort the Cruel hasn't put his army back together again yet. He does now have a Bull Centaur Torok to ride on, though. And the garrison is already put back together. For all I know, we gave him some chevrons in those fights, right? But we're gonna have some more stuff when we show up again, right? Let's do another army. Let's do another army.
No delay. Chieftain of the tribe.
Alright. Gets his replen. Feels very happy. We're gonna give him a confident skin wolf. They start at level 17 now, which is amazing. gets you your cool moves and all the way up to Colossal Strike, and then we're just gonna jump in here. What do we want? We just do a silly army? Yeah, just a support army. What would that look like? It would look like spending a lot of money on chimeras and global recruitment. Yeah. You know, the lands of our enemies aren't going to burn themselves. One level and we'll get Pestilential Decay, which is his Mortis Engine effect. A lot of our heroes are about to get turned all the way on. Wolfric still needs to move. Alright, where were we going with him? We're going to go down here and continue rolling up the Empire. The turns take so long at this point in the game. But of course, you can often be fighting lots of times. So maybe Bretonnia is going to go and pop our army and put things together over here. Oh, nope. Okay, Franz comes and takes the Black Pit. Good for him. It's actually probably going to end up badly for him now that he's, like, you know, in a bit of a rough spot. Here, we're just going to retreat first, right? And they bring it all to bear. Alright, well, that... Oh, man. Well, Bjarki, this might be the last fight you do with this army. Let's see how it goes. Alright, so... what are our real assets? We have... regenerating skill moves and trolls. We have a guy on a mammoth that regenerates. And we have, like, some troops. We are going to need to have these some troops in a relatively safe spot. Why not right here? You know, really... really hold them off of the nonsense there. Our Balefin to Shadows, at least we'll be able to cast a whole bunch of magic eventually. Yeah, we're really in for it. Alright, so we can't just stuff them, that won't work. Reason being... What had that AP stat line that I saw? What was that? Ah, foot squares. Man, they're gonna do really good work against us. Alright, so now they're all here. Faye Enchantress is here. She's level 22. Does she have Chalice? Yep. Yeah, we're gonna have a really bad time. It's okay. You know, this isn't our absolute best army, and this is a very, very strong army of Bretonnia. It's all right. We'll get right back together again. It was always a danger when we didn't fight all of them last time when we had the chance. Wasn't a good chance, but it was a chance.
Ready to kill. Begin the butchering.
But if we can keep them very far away, they've got like a lot of artillery that's in reserve over there. But they have also like 3 or 4 armies here, so if we can just bash them really, really badly, we won't have to worry about it too much. And if they want to shoot their artillery, you know, into the mammoth, then I absolutely will allow it. And these mounted yeomen getting caught on the charge, question mark? But now they've made a mistake because they're in the trees and we have Strider and they don't. But speaking of mistakes, their Pegasus Knights are now charging my Mammoth in the tree. And he, you know, he regenerates and he's got stuff, but they are a unit that wants to fight a Mammoth. Or, I mean, ish. As you see now, they're not having the best of time with it. And these mounted yeoman archers getting absolutely just dunked on by these armored skin wolves. We need to come in here and here. Because as long as we have their skirmishers in the trees, we can get very, very good work done against them. Their speed will count for nothing, you know. And now we've got their Pegasus Knights in a perfect spot where they charge in over the trees into my Chimeras with javelins underneath to just really tune them up. That was a big old blunder on their part. Questing Knights coming in here. We've got... Alright, these river trolls need to get back up here and really... Might be time to get everybody back up here a little bit. I don't know if these river trolls are going to be able to get out. They might be a little too embroiled there. We get the counter charge in there. Fighting in the trees is just so good for us here. Because our Skidwolves have Strider and their stuff doesn't. Bjarki's doing alright, you know, he's taking a bunch of damage, but once these flyers get taken offline, he'll be a lot happier. Knights of the Realm trying to find a way to flank, not finding it. This rock that we're on is so good of a spot to be. Need to get back in the trees. There was a chalice that got wasted there on like some monstrous infantry, so that's great. These Royal Pegasus Knights still being a total menace, right? Like it's so annoying what they can do with the flying unit. You know, they just leave, right? And it's like that's only okay whenever I do it. It's so rude whenever the computer plays, right? There we see the Fey Enchantress. She's got a Mortis Engine effect. We've got to get her now that she's here. If we just get the Werekin Honor, pop the buffs, Colossal Strike. And she is getting absolutely beat down by that werekin. That's perfect. He wants to fight a fight like that. These armored skin wolves getting a little too far back. We need to get back into the trees. Here we go. Here we go. The bearmen. We're just going to move them right here. They're doing such a good job flank guarding there. Just perfect. Just perfect. Okay, we need to get breath attack here. And here. Drop a massive pit of shades there. Their range still isn't doing nothing. The paladin is fighting Javies one-on-one. Not ideal. Chalice of Potions coming there on the javelins. Super not ideal. Well, they're deleted now. That was what we were worried about. But there's the second one. She only has 2. And she ran right back into the werekin, so that's good at least. You know, you can't tell, but this is all going very well, actually. They're escorting that Shattered Lord off, which I totally remembered they were doing. That's not a mistake that they ended up so far away from the action. I meant to do it. Alright, Pit of Shades here. No, we'll wait for the next group to come up. These guys are in general disarray. Move the Javies a little bit closer up, or actually they're taking artillery fire, so that is not ideal. Getting on top of the pox arrows as they try to retreat through the forest. You never had me, you never had your car. They are en route here. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at me playing right. Beautiful stuff, although I say so myself. It's all true. Ah, look at that. We're gonna pull some trolls back to regenerate, because of course it's not over. Oh, it's not over. But what is over is this first phase of it, where we dealt with a couple of the strong armies, you know. They got shattered units coming back around, you know, they're all trying to make a name for themselves here. And some of them are even succeeding, but not over much. And as these others stream across the battlefield, we need to get these manties out of melee there, even if they're charging up through the trees, that's alright. On to these guys, yeah. And that's how to fight Bretonnia. Man, if we didn't have this forest, I don't know what we would have done. Lost, probably. But our Skin Wolves have Strider, and that combined with their guys not being able to ignore trees, I really feel like that's why this went as well as it did. Not that it's over. We have won. The game just doesn't agree yet. We have won, though. We definitely have. I could probably just move in at this point and take it. Not to take away from my glorious victory. Look, that was a tough array of units against us. I probably was always going to win, but it wasn't automatic, okay? I felt nervous. I didn't know for sure that we would take it down whenever I saw the crew. And it could have went either way. Because the thing about a Chimera army, so I'm always forgetting to do enough breaths, but like they get 3 fire breaths, and each of them does like quite a lot of damage. I bet like a full Chimera stack with decent micro, which you'll never see out of me, would do really well. Let me jump on the Foot Squires here, turn around onto the Knights of the Realm. Armored Skin Wolves are so awesome. Oh, yeah, it's just so much damage when they come in and hit. It says they're anti-large, and they are, but really, they're anti-everything at this point. And they aren't even as juiced as they can be, but man, oh man, are they ever something. 10 ward save, 40 physical resist, regenerating, frenzied, bada boom. I love Norska. I always have loved Norska, but they never felt great to play. Not really great. They do now. Look, I got a mammoth. And, you know, just like that, their army lost. Put them in a pot and boil them. Stick a fork in them. They're Bretonnia. Bon appetit. Man, we really rocked them. Yeah. And look at the Skinwolf and Troll Core. They look just relatively unbothered by all of this. And you gotta love that. The Chimeras took most of their damage in the other fight, and, you know, even the Marauder Javelins, you know, I'm sure that they, man. But man, these Skinwolves, yeah, good stuff. And Bjarki, of course, unscratched, with his 19k hit points, and really, like, y'all, you have not lived until you've played with a Mammoth and Regeneration in this game. Like, that... If you were to just give that to, like, an Egyptian pharaoh, they would know. Oh, was it not over? I guess somebody was unbreakable and I didn't even realize. I sure thought we had already cleaned it up. They got army lost. There must have been something unbreakable on the field. That's what we were doing. Anyway. That was awesome. And really just goes to show how, you know, using the terrain can be the difference between success and defeat. We don't need these Marauder Bearmen, and we don't need the Javelins. I wish they were champions. I still like having those things, and I think they're nice. They clearly aren't, like, at the weight class for the rest of us, but you say that, but then look, right? Like, these Bearmen got 1,800 gold in value. Like, so why am I saying they didn't pull their weight? You know, like, that's medium infantry with 1,000 value. Like, okay, maybe they're all right. Of course, all of these monstrous infantry were tasting, you know, the blood, getting thousands and thousands and thousands of value, as much as the heroes are, which you do love to see. Tons of money, tons of experience. They took that fight. They thought they're doing it again? Alright, we outside right now. I don't know. I don't think, well, because some of them just, like, showed up and ran off, like, they don't really know what just went on. But we get the same battlefield again, so we're going to do the same old thing again, you know? Pull them in, set them up, knock them down. Only this time we're significantly less worried about them because we know that a lot of their power's already been taken away. What we're doing here isn't principally trying to waste the ammo of the field trebuchets. It's trying to get them to stay stationary so that they don't move further up on the field, although it's not working. They're too clever for me by half. And so the funny thing about spearmen, right, is spearmen are supposed to be a counter to a mammoth, but if you just fight spearmen by yourself on a mammoth, you can usually find that you'll beat any amount of them, even in a forest, which you're not supposed to be fighting with a mammoth in. And we're gonna Tormentor Sword, which is gonna drop these fools in place. Now they have a lot of artillery that they have elected to set up inside of the trees there. That's not, you know, they maybe didn't want to actually do that. They have done it, but maybe they didn't want to. It's hard to say. Alright, they got fire arrows there. We are weak to fire. Let's get a response to that, shall we? Furthermore, while you're on fire, you don't heal as well as you're supposed to, and that's bad. Look at them run. Run from the trolls. But now, so the thing about the computer is, although they're very smart and better at the game than I am, they also won't defend their backline like a person would, with like, even like, you know, a guy. They'll put like a hero back there. They think they're protecting the hero, you know? They aren't. But I guess these reinforcements coming in sort of belie that. Alright, now it's our time to shine. Shadow magic on! Oh, geez. Oh, man, what's getting us? What's getting us? Oh, we're getting shot by fire arrows. That's what's getting us. Well, time to breathe here. We're just going to try to back this one out and try to save its old scaly skin, its old Chimera Scarer skin. But just push through here and here, getting the work in on the pilgrims there. Every single skin wolf in the world is the best. Man, what a unit. What a unit. There's a Grail reliquary over there. Alright, where's... Beautiful. Skinwolf over there on top of them. We're eating up those guys. You know, we probably ate a little more artillery fire than we had to have done, but it's all fine. After all, Bretonnia doesn't have too many armies left right here on the map, and I think that's probably about all of them. Man, these armored skinwolves, though, I gotta get more of those in some of my other armies. You know, we need to lean more into them. I mean, the trolls have perfect vigor, and that's really good. And a bunch of other good abilities too. But I mean, man, you can't argue with the fact that they have Strider and Frenzy as well, and more units in the model. More units in the model, that's not how to use the English language, rather the opposite. Very fruitful battles here. Bjarki is a big old hero. Bjarki's name is going down in the annals of the heroes of Norska. Bjarki's getting it done. You know, he just got that mammoth like a week ago, and he is already riding like an old ranch hand. He is so good. Look at his mustache there underneath his helmet. What a champion. And of course, all of our guys tasting blood once more. Oh man, no. Are they going to take it? No, they leave me there to get my replenishment. That is crazy. I was thinking, I was like, oh no, because if they take it there, then they would actually be in an alright spot to hurt me later. Enchantress gives us 10% casualty replenishment, which is awesome. Just very, very good. Among the best things you can get. Ragnar's here. Franzi Pants is up there. Alright, all of these guys are in March, and I am in full form. Bjarki got 5 levels over the intern. We want both of those, because he's got the Armored Skinwolves and the Chems, and both of them getting their love would be the best. Alright, now, did we get any cool items? Not particularly. I'm just gonna burn those together real quick. Ooh, another Trickster Shard for this army. You already wearing one of those, Bjarki? He is. Well, that's good. Then we'll see if Ragnar's army has one. He can't wear it himself, of course, because he, you know, is wearing corn things. Okay, so we don't get both of them in the fight. Well, we'll just burn this one off of them then. I was trying to catch them both and have a big ol' brawl. Enslave the Southerners. But as it is, this one's good enough. Franz is up there, but like he doesn't have anything productive to do, right? All right, and then we do catch them there. The post-battle loot just running on in, running on in. And here, we're gonna march to get into our lands. I don't think they have lightning strike, and if they do, ooh la la! Well, this army is a horse of a different color. King Luin Luinkur has a stack with 5 Royal Hippogriff Knights. These things are the real deal, you know. Flying, perfect vigor, AP, magical attacks. They do match up well against my stuff, and of course, as flyers, they are a big headache to deal with. However, he won't have a supporting army, so even if we're both in March here, if he comes up to fight us, he would still have a very, very unpleasant time.
This is not the will of the lady. Not likely. Accept it.
The eagle guides me, journeying.
But Ragnar gets his regen level. Alright. On this front, Burplesmirk is just gonna roll upwards to meet in the middle with Wulfric, or down. Upwards is better. Yeah, because having a border with the dwarves any more than we already do is not ideal. I think this may not count as a border with Gunbad and Drakkenmore because you can't, like, walk from one to the other, but I've been wrong before. Alright, so we got another cool item. What is it? Alright, we'll just look forward to the list. Eagle Feather Torque. Ooh! No, it doesn't say that. No way. Okay, so
Let's another of my kind instead.
it gives 500 barrier hit points to all the heroes. It gives him 100% to it as well, and then this will get it back. So because of the scintillating shield, alright, having some barrier on these guys is great, right? It's not every unit in the army. Maybe it's every unit that has a barrier. And these units don't, like, have the barrier by default, you know. So we could get, like, the followers of the Great Eagle, yeah, and then we would have... Okay, maybe it's just new units. Maybe these haven't awoken to it yet, because they're all listing that. Dude, 500 barrier hit points for your army is crazy. That is so good. And of course, now with a 3,000 hit point barrier there, and then it's got the ability every 2 minutes to... It'll give you the entire barrier back, 10% a second for 10 seconds. So, yeah, every 2 minutes you get 3,000 barrier points. Yeah, man, talk about getting the whole party. Man, Norska is really, it's really in a spot now. Alright, Alright, so Burple's here. Do we need to get anything new for his army? I mean, his is fine. You know what it needs is armored skin wolves. We could take a couple of turns and get them. What do we drop for it, though? Like a Marauder champion? You hate to do that.
I love them regardless. Do they make me proud? Which of you shall accompany father? A delightful addition to my arsenal.
Alright, so we get him. He'll hang out there for a couple of days. Halfthor, can Halfthor get there? Halfthor cannot quite get there to the hunt. He'll get there the next day. I assume he'll be able to win just because, you know, we've got like some heroes to do some damage and then 15 manticores who should be able to do whatever we have to do. I think. But again, I have been wrong before. There's no way to know when or how. Any records of me being wrong would have been destroyed in the, you know, the burning of the Library of Alexandria. The second one, not the third one or the first one. But since it's been so long ago, you know, nobody would really know about that unless I accidentally slipped up and mentioned it, which I would never do. We're starting to build a couple more places to recruit units from, even though having something up here in the Riding Fortress like doesn't matter. It's really about increasing my hero cap, because I don't know how long I'm going to keep playing this campaign, but you know, spinning up new armies, it's nice to be able to throw some good stuff into them. Alright, so Throgg hasn't moved yet. Do we try to hit Zarnagrund this turn? Hey, there's my barrier. There it is for everybody. It's so funny. Oh, man. And we got that scintillating shield earlier, which, of course, you know, it turns 1,000 barrier points with that into, you know, a lot more. Good stuff. Okay, so Gorth is outside. We can jump him with this lightning strike. We'll just sit here. Maybe he'll come out and attack me. Alright. And so who hasn't gone? I'm like, we had all of our fights over here. Bjarki's having a party. Wulfric can go down and meet them over on this side. Wait, no, Franz is still up there. Well, they can deal with him. He'll probably move that way. Anyway, Franz has nowhere to go unless he takes some land up here and then what? Hangs out, you know? Sure. We'll build a building. Maybe that'll make him go back and sack it again. And Archie's like hanging out down there, being a chump. Running out of gas, running out of road is what he's doing.
Chieftain of the tribe, tribesmen, gather! Slaughter the sheep. Bring death. Overrun the world.
After we deal with Archie, we probably leave the great plan here to be funny and then go and pop the chaos on that side. Also, oh, we're getting closer and closer to having a border with old Zhao Ming, who the game says is the third most powerful guy. I am, of course, second most. I wonder who most is. Have we met him? Oh, Challenger's a Corn. That makes sense. Because he hasn't done anything for like 10 years. Which is my fault. He's been over here. He's at war with the man-eaters, but he can't think of a good way to go across the water, so he just sits over here in misery. And I love that for him, frankly. More of that. More of that, please. Oh wow, yeah, it's a real good troll item, isn't it? All right, let's get him with his silly little ancillaries on. All right, yeah, so that's fine. We don't need that. Let's go move stalkers on, which gives them, 60% more speed. That's bonkers. He's already got troll guardians on. Ephemeral line breakers. He doesn't have any ephemeral in his army, right? Yeah, we don't really have a quick way to get it, so we'll just leave it like so. And the cool thing too is now when we're getting so many big armies going, we start stacking in all of our benefits in interesting ways. Where we get this mentor ability, and then, we're fighting everywhere, but now they're all getting leveled up, and then they're all getting mentor, and then they're leveling up all the new ones, and it's just a beautiful time. Of course, it also gives you a daunting amount of experience to distribute, but, that's what they call having a good problem. Alright, that's everybody. And of course, we're negative 11,000, but we've got more than 500,000, so more than 50 turns. Which is why we're spinning up another army, and maybe another one after that. Archie, you coward. I counter, how about you work for me? He won't even dignify it with a response. Oh, he has lightning striked me. Well, that is messy, isn't it? Why did I not think he would be able to do that? Well, Ragnar has regeneration, but doesn't have a mammoth. Definitely the weaker army. Well, let's see what we can do. He doesn't have a caster, at least. He himself has 150 armor and a 28 ward save, and he's got the ability for huge missile resist. There's no really reliable way to deal with him. We'll hopefully try to lock him down and, shoot him with things. Alright. I'm worried about the Royal Hippogriff Knights, but, I'm supposed to be worried about them. Hopefully we can get them to charge us inside of a forest. Okay, we're on this map. Good. Because if we get them to charge them in a forest, you know, where we have at least our Marauder champions able to stand up and bash and probably just land our manticores, I imagine. Go ahead and pop his potion of healing right now. Alright, so what are our assets, right? We got our spellcaster dude, we got metal magic, we could, yeah, we gotta let them make a mistake, right? That's the key. And we're gonna keep the manticores on the ground so that they don't get bullied in the sky by their superior air force. And we're gonna keep all the mammoths within a nice place where they can be supported by, you know, infantry and the like. Here's the man himself, Lewin Lunker. A lot of his army's not that scary. The rest of it is, though. It's really just half scary and half not scary, which is a lot of like what ours is, only we have several heroes with 8,000 hit points and armor piercing and anti-large. So, you know, maybe I'm being a little precious about it. Like, I think they're about to be in some trouble here, though, because they are not going to be able to turn and run away faster than the Skinwolves once we get that charge on, right? Yeah, there we go. They are not able to get away, and they get caught rather badly there. But, of course, now we're getting caught by hippos in the sky. We really don't want to get isolated. Why did I forget? That was our worry. Alright, and here, this Overcasted Final Transmutation should do a lot of work. And then we're going to cast, what, a Pit of Shades right here to try to catch a lot of the cav. Lewin is on the ground now. No, now he's in the air again. You know, you can't keep a good dog down, and you can't keep Lewin on the ground. But these royal hippos are having a royal beating. And, you know, they wanted this fight, remember? Of course, they thought it was going to go slightly different. Hey, here's never enough. Happy New Year! For me, it is the New Year in 12 hours. But Zdrave! And it is nice to see you. Charge through in here. Royal Hippo's having a royally bad time. Flying units are so annoying to deal with anybody, but you know, at least they're the computer and not a person. If we were fighting against this Luan army with our human army here, well, I'm not very good, so we would lose. But as it is. It's just fun that Luan took this fight on purpose. I mean, the lightning strike was like, you know, that was a smart touch, but, you know, it only got him so far, right? And I think he had to go, like, kind of far across the river to even get to me, so he may not be able to get away, and that's funny, too. We're just going to get those guys on the Blessed Field Traps. You know, just try to really, really beat up on the army as it runs out. Ragnar might be getting his mammoth soon. That's very exciting, you know. He's been wanting that mammoth for a long time. It just goes to show that having trees to fight in is very good when you're fighting against a cavalry-centric faction. Stravai. Stravai? Stravai. 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 I don't know. See, the thing about English is there's like 1,000 ways to speak it and none of them are wrong. So whenever I like sort of get close to kind of saying the consonants in a language and someone's like, you didn't say it, I'm like, yeah, all those letters are there, you know. I can spell it for you. Alright, and now they are sallying out to fight me. That's good. That's real good. They do have their Dreadquake batteries. That is annoying, but we'll be alright. After all, we've got barriers. We've got all sorts of things. We're just gonna try to be like pretty spread out for when they drop the base from the sky on us. And we're just gonna send the crew out to brawl in the middle, right? Oh wow. Throgg's barrier is 4,500 hit points while it's in the battle. I thought it was 3k. I guess it's more than that. Anyway, funny stuff. And while we theoretically should be afraid of some of these guys, we're just going to charge, right? I didn't learn anything from losing those previous fights. silenced? Oh, that's real bad. Oh, I didn't account for that. Okay, so I think... Alright, what do I think? I think this item doesn't work. I think this item doesn't work. That's what I think. I think it says that it removes their fire resist, but it doesn't remove their fire resist. That's what I think. Oh no, what did I? Oh man, I don't even know. I might have to do that, Lewin. Fight again. Oh jeez. Well, anyway, it just goes to show what I get, man. That's dumb. Bison. Oh, this makes me so mad. Oh, this makes me so mad. Alright, let's do the fight again. Terrible. Alright, that is super annoying. Just the worst, whatever. Let's just do it, it doesn't matter how badly we get beaten. Man, I could just scream. Because, like, that item is bugged. It has to be bugged. There's no way it was working. Now watch as I play this battle and fast forward and play exactly the same as I would if I was actually paying attention. No, not really. It's definitely gonna go worse. We're still gonna win, probably. I don't care. I'm so mad. No, you didn't unfocus me. So... what happened was, I got this item, it's like a special item, so the full context. I got a special item by doing like a special like quest battle, and it's supposed to give my whole army flaming attacks and disable the fire resistance of your enemies. So it should be very, very good. The battle where I quit was because I realized the item doesn't work. But I hadn't saved after winning that one. So what we'll do here is just retreat and take the item off. So this faction here, the Chaos Story, so they have stuff with a ton of fire resist, right? Like they'll be like 75% fire resist or whatever. These demons are made out of fire. Now on this card it says weakness by 100, but in that fight, whenever I was hitting them, they just didn't take damage at all. And that lets me know that the item is bugged. And just infuriating, but it's fine. We'll just retreat here. and take the item off, and then write an angry forum post about it. Because I thought this was the best item in the game, and now I see that it's just terrible. Because it says strips enemies of any fire resistance they may have. It doesn't. It doesn't. It can't, or that fight would have looked different. So annoying. But anyway, that's fine. Now we figure that out, and we can continue on. That's why I couldn't win that siege. It wasn't because I'm stupid. Heyo. We burn those items together and get the Doomsinger sword. Brilliant. Alright, who gets that? Someone that doesn't have regen needs it. Wolfric got it from some other thing. You know, does Bjarki have a... Yeah, Bjarki's got a sword. Ragnar? No, Ragnar's got a Dark God sword too. Sirtha Ek? Yeah. He'll get... But he already has regen from being there. No, he doesn't, but... Yeah, Wolfric gets better, because Sword of Torgvald, who cares? And also, this will make it so all of his abilities will fit on one side. We'll just burn together a bunch of these things. I should have kept that Tormentor sword. That was silly. Getting rid of that was a bad choice. It's okay. Archie's over there having a time. We're going to go over here accordingly. It means I don't care. Whatever. Oh, so... It means the opposite of what it means. So to care about something is to be, like, emotionally invested, to I care about, you know, my dog, you know. But when you say I don't care, especially aggressively like that, it means that you are displeased with the status of the universe. But yeah, you'll see me get mad pretty often. No, not all the time. I get angriest when making very small mistakes, like forgetting to save a game, or if I like knock over an empty water bottle onto the floor, that'll make me really mad. Or if I misclick in a game. Any very small thing that no reasonable person should be upset by, that's the thing that's most likely to make me mad. But no, I have incredibly poor emotional regulation. You know, it's a problem. I just can't do anything about it. Like, I'm locked in here with me. I hate to ditch a champion for this guy, but it'll be fine. But what I don't care in that specific context means is I am not going to be mature about this at all. It means I'm going to throw a fit.
Done and done. Immediately.
Hey, Neo.
Fear me.
How are you?
Just spoil and ravage.
The eternal challenge. Fool.
Alright, and I guess we continue pressing our advantage against Lewin because that fool wanted to mess with us. We could go up and hit him here, but yes, Happy New Year. Hit Marienburg? Yeah. I don't want to do it myself, so we'll just bring the other army up to support.
Overrun the world. Wipe them out. The hound compels.
Immune to contact effects for the Lord's army? That is good. Access to Tzeentch teleport stance? That's craziness. Anyway, we're just gonna sack it because it comes with 40,000 things and, you know, 40,000 things dollars. And then we'll colonize behind it. Alright, so here, Bjarki hanging out, having a party. They're just having such a good time. Dude, over the end turn, you know, we just, like, we tuned up so much of the Bretonnian forces with this army. Bjarki's army here, man. These skin wolves all tasted blood. He was on his regenerating mammoth. We've got some crazy items going on. And one that doesn't work, but we got rid of it. Man, that, I figured out why I couldn't win the Siege of Zarnagrund. And it's because this item doesn't work. This Bale Taurus Hoof, I'm sure that it doesn't work. It says that it works, but it doesn't work. I just don't believe it. I think it doesn't give them fire resistance away, actually. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't think it works. Cause like I ran up in a battle and we like attacked them and they just didn't take damage at all. And you know they're supposed to get hurt when you hit them. That's how Norska works. We're just gonna bring that guy in, and you know we'll bring an extra crew to the party to siege him down. I'm not too proud. All right, now time for this. The monster is here. All right, so they have like a Skaven army. We have 15 chimeras. But what happens whenever I get this item is going to determine my whole future happiness. Because if it really gives me a Doomrocket, and it works like how I think a Doomrocket works, then I just don't see how I ever play anything that's not Norska again. You just figure out the earliest you can do this battle, and then you cackle.
This thing is an even greater abomination than other creatures of the same vile ilk. Swarms of rats seep from its bilious form. Use your ranged and hostile orders to damage it before you are overwhelmed.
I'm like, all right, great. They're the sorcerer and the chieftain are on foot. Well, I'm sure they'll be all right. It's like, I am totally happy to put all these chems on it and just burn him. Throw this on him so that he can't try to run. Alright, good news. 15 chimeras are good, actually. The monster has finally fallen a minute and a half into the fight. Anyway, so if you just get 15 Chimera, you can probably do the fight pretty quick. This is known as being incredibly sportsmanlike, which the Skaven admire, you know, that's what they're known for. Like, is it still triggering guys to come out because I won too quick? It's like, with every step, more guys come out. You're very afraid. I'm like, but he's dead. Like, did you think he was still on the map? He ain't. Huzzah! Is somebody unbreakable here? Where? Alright, Warpstone Teeth. It says ability Doomrocket. So we're gonna see. And of course, if anyone has a Doomrocket, it's gotta be Throgg. Should be able to eliminate Franz pretty soon. We got Toddy and him up in the lands, but they're like, you know, they're not gonna be able to do much with their position there. Alright, so he takes care of that, and then I guess we can... just keep ignoring them a little bit.
I submit. Yes. On the prowl. The land obeys.
Man, you can make a lot of money raiding this place. I think they like never will declare on you too, so you could probably do that to your advantage if you were so inclined.
What a wonderful gift.
These guys getting so much stronger all the time. Because like a level 10 of these heroes are fine, but like at level 30 they really start to pick up. Just fusing stuff, just fusing stuff. Flaming Exocormac, meh. We're just trying to get more legendary things. Probably should have put some of those swords onto somebody. Definitely should have, but hey, what are you gonna do? Go back in time? No, the last time I did that, it didn't work out so good.
War unceasing. All will despoil and ravage.
There we go.
Despoil and ravage. Enslave the Southerners. Take what's theirs. True savages. Overrun the world. It is done. Tribesmen, gather.
I was like, I bet we have a thing here. Here we go. You know, is it very good? Well, it's good when we're fighting against Bretonnia.
Witness the potential of the beast. Speak. Done. What? Despoil and ravage. We'll break the wall. I'll see it.
And I guess we just burned down Nuln? No, we burned down Altdorf again, you know, for the meme.
I'll rip out guts. No. Well, Tribal fury. Overrun. World walk. Brave sons of North.
It's so funny that this is working the way that it is. Bretonnia on the back foot pretty heavily.
Bretonnia, stranger.
He's got a military alliance with Taliesin, who won't support him against me, though. And Drooks, you say you realized it had the tech. Well, you know, it just depends. There it goes in fits and starts. Depends on what game we're playing. Depends on what's going on. Alright, so Archie is there. We're just gonna roll up here. Take this out while he's not looking. This will be, you know, quite a battle. I mean, I'm sure this army can handle it. But it will be quite a battle. It's a bunch of cool stuff he's got there. And of course, Archaon himself is no slouch, even if I do talk trash on him. Talk about how I don't fear him or respect him. He's one of the premier fighters of the game. It's just funny to talk down to him because he's Archaon. But he's just right over here from Throgg anyway. Can Throgg go this turn? No, we want to wait for the reinforcements. Alright, alright. Ragnar is one level away from his mammoth. Commandment? Where? Oh, at the fort. Franz moves in to take the Black Pit, which makes sense because he would have needed replenishment. It says it's a disaster. Really will be okay. Oh, and they wounded my guy as he was trying to walk across the land. So that, you know, that's why you can't ever get your guys once they wound you. You know, you're in trouble forever. Toddy's going to take Middenstag probably. But Festus is here, and he's not like a pushover. He's not too strong, but, you know, he's working on it. He's trying.
This action does not have my consent. No escape.
And Wolfrick's got like 100 dudes bothering him, but if we could just burn down all of Oh, we lost a Marauder champion? I should have paid more attention.
Dedication to the sun. The eternal challenge. Sea fangs ready. Who will prove their devotion?
Alright, what do we want to get here? Another Manticore, takes up to 4. No, Armored Skid Wolf. Yeah. I mean, a troll could be fine. A Bile Troll for the debuff, for the leadership hit, for yeah, why not?
Champions fall. Who wants to join me? Tribesmen, gather.
right. These guys have, you know, 9,000 hit points each. We're just going to run them up the gut and fight the boss. And if we get jumped by royal hippos, they might hurt us some, but I bet we'll just turn around and bash them. I bet. Yeah, we're just gonna run right up and mollywomper. They all stealth, so they don't even know we're coming, right? Boom. And they pop all their abilities. And of course, the flyers trying to get away. But they're so hardy that even with like armor-piercing specialist on top of them, they have huge armor, even with AP, you know, like, it's not all AP damage out of these guys. And there's, wow, while we're having a fun time there, Ragnar gets totally trucked on by these guys who did not brook any. Oh, he gets hit by Grail Knights, of course. Because I knew these guys would still be fine. I wasn't worried about them at all. We can just keep them over here and brawl. I don't think there's anything over here that can really hurt them. Grail Knights are such a nightmare, but hey, we got some armored skin wolves. You know, they're fighting who they want to be fighting over here. And over here, someone's fighting someone that they don't want to be. Oh, they're surrounded by Royal Hippo Knights. Well, they'll still probably win. Pop push and a toughness for more healing. Yeah, the cycle charging from flyers, that's when they really get you. But the Maws of Savagery are just having a great time, and these trolls aren't doing too bad for themselves either. Bashing on the hippos. These fools still, still fighting over here, still having a time. Man, those things are rough. We catch those peasants there. Good, good, good. Javelin's doing great work on those Knights of the Realm. They still staying in. They've got very, very big leadership numbers, but not enough for them. And they'll all be breaking now. And this prophetess is unbreakable, so we will bash her. Pop her. Curse her. Smash. Oh, this guy doesn't have regen yet. That's funny. And Ragnar gets his mammoth.
Chieftain of the tribe. Done. Now. Despoil and ravage. Tribesmen, gather.
Probably should have taken the other one first, but it'll be alright. Here we take dangerous practice, because of course we do. Alright. Those are their things, and now it is time to redeem ourselves and burn down Zarnagrund. We're just going to put this one to auto, and, you know, after all, with the whole extra army to automatically be there, it'll have to go fine. We got too many abilities on him now. Alright, alright. It's heating up. Everybody else is here now, so we're just going to keep beating on this gate, and this gate, and this gate, and see how the Great Siege will work out. Man, the Chaos Dwarves look so cool! They're about to be having a bad time, though. Sure, and they are. Oh, and they try to drop the roof on our guys, but they do it, but we are underneath their wall whenever they drop the Dreadquake. So that's pretty convenient. And our Air Force comes in behind, right in time for us to be some of the way done with the doors. Like, why don't we get this Kim over here on the ground with some other Kims, and then... Oh, wow, look at all of that. That is rough. Okay, we need to... This is going to help out a lot. This spell should do a ton of damage to this infantry blob, and then we're going to cut it this way as well. That's what we needed. There's the spells. I wasn't doing good spells in the last run we were doing here either, so this is much better for us. Gate is down, which means it's time for us to roll in. Alright, and there we go. We get our heal on him. Oh, wow. Okay, they got hit with the sky. I'm like, what happened? Well, all of them got hit by the Dreadquake mortar, so our whole triple elite infantry was not in a safe spot, and they're all dead. It'll be okay. Man, you know, that is how it goes, though, sometimes, huh? Blunderbuss is there, which would really, really hurt that guy if they could get the damage on him, but hopefully, you know, we'll... Oh, goodness, he's trying to do something dumb. Just break down the door, guys. Come on. Oh, and they're all running around to this wall? Okay, sure. It's cool. Alright, so now's the time for the test. They've got all these troops here. We just need these fire glaives out of the way, because I think we need line of sight here, right? Yeah. Alright. Doomrocket. Well, you know, it's not quite an entire nuke, but it's still, you know, we hit our own Chimera, didn't we? Well, you know, it's a Doomrocket. I mean, it's probably a super good thing. It's not like a full-on nuke, you know, like, I wonder what Ikit Claw's ability is even called, but still, very cool. But he'd probably give it to, like, a different guy, right? That'd probably be the ideal. Wow, wow, wow. Getting shot up. Very bad. But the breath there at least does some work. Oh yeah, we need to let him in the gate there. Alright, they did come in. Gotta take these exterior ones, and then you knock the barricades down to get into the central plaza. Man, you know, this is a crazy place to fight. It's no wonder I lost last time. No, I think there was a combination of things. I think probably my artillery was hitting my own troops. And I think we got hit by a couple of Dreadquake mortars and didn't know it. And I think that fire resist thing was biting me, because I just don't think it works. Because if it works, we should be doing like twice as much damage as we were doing, and we weren't. So, you know, QED. I think they're army lossing now. Yes, they are indeed army lossing now. And we win. Zarnagrund has fallen. The forges of the Chaos Dwarves now falling silent before making armor for Norska, Norska, Norska. You know, the Doomrocket, I mean, it's pretty good, right? It does a lot of damage. However, it doesn't need to be on Throgg. Not least because when you go onto the second wheel of abilities, that just stinks, right? Like, that's just, it just feels bad. We're gonna sack it, take it, right? Because that's too much money to say no to.
Your will. Enslave the summoners.
Alright, and then this guy gets what? Yeah, he can just hang out there for a turn or two, get that. It's not really a point in having Marauder champs if you don't have javelins to back them up. And we could just make them all like, what, you know, armored skin wolves, potentially? Nah, what we can do here is go ahead and... Nope, can't quite roll them up yet. And this dude got injured, and now he's back. You know, he might have been in this army for all I know, ages ago.
All ears.
Do they make
Take their treasures.
it would please Nagel?
And then just like that, it loses the camera settings we've been using for the last 10 hours of the campaign. It's so obnoxious. Did that just give us Death Singer? It did. Alright, so that means we'll just give... Because we can get the traits for Wulfric, so we can give the other sword to somebody else in Wulfric's army. You know who would really like to regenerate? Skilla! Alright, now we're talking... Alright, let's burn some of these things. We only need one knapsack. I think that's true. Armor Destiny, sweet. We're getting just like so many items from all of the fighting that we're doing. So why not turn them into the best ones? Talisman of Preservation, we'll give it to this guy who doesn't have one yet.
Dominate.
Oh, that was Throgg's Metalcaster that he lost. Unless he never had one. No, I think he did. But, you know, it's alright. Couple of turns until we... Oh, here we go. Yes. Get our Chaos Dwarf prize. Archie's here. Do we go for the kill? Oh yeah, he's in raiding stance too, which will make him lower in vigor. Perfect. Let's just level up real quick. You know, you don't want to go in without full power for Archaon.
I can kill with any weapon.
Chieftain of the tribe, slaughter the sheep.
I will not speak with.
She's got 20 places still. She must have these whole she must have fought like Ikit Claw or somebody over here. Because even if she has all this is only like 10 more places. Well, you know, happy for her.
Chieftain of the tribe. This is not for the ever-chosen.
Outstanding.
This army is scary, though. I mean, we just have to believe, right? You just gotta. It says we're gonna lose, and we even might lose. However, we're gonna lose doing what we love. Fighting against every regiment of renown in the Chaos roster, and then afterward wondering where it all went wrong. We've got one hell cannon. We've got 2 hell cannons. They've got 1. We could just take the fight there. The flyers are better than ours. We can't really manticore around. So I bet I can make him come to us anyway, right? We'll just breathe fire on who? Riding Riders? Yeah, probably. You know, it does some damage, but doesn't even make him lose a model, so that was nothing. We're gonna go to this side of the thing and try and fight. Ooh. Skullcrushers of Khorne could potentially really bite us, though. Really, we just need them to commit. Get a little bit closer so our Hell Cannons can brawl. But if we can just go over here, even if they're, you know... If they don't know exactly what they're doing, if we can just get on top of the chariots or something, get something in the woods, but we don't want to get... Because they have an Air Force too. Yeah, the Rot Knights are already all better again. Let's try it on, like, some Forsaken or something next time, right? He hits us with another Spirit Leech, which, of course, is very cheap for him. And he could really kind of Spirit Leech us for years. But we're going to dive on these chariots here. And this actually is very nice, because if we can get, like, a kill on some chariots for essentially free... I mean, sure, we got beat up by the rest of the stuff, but, you know, chariot, the charge that they do can be very devastating. That's what they're for, is to charge infantry. So getting to bite them right here, you know, they're on the wrong side of everything. They, you know, they didn't anticipate the architecture. We catch them out. And get a nice little kill there. He Spirit Leeches us again. But here we're about to Hell Cannon into them. Well, like, you know, that curveball, we sure missed with it, but, you know, they're trying. And much by accident, we end up getting away from him there a little bit. Man, this is quite a fight, huh? He's really doing his best to be smart. We roast him a little more, run away again. You know, we're getting very, very beat up by this. This is not like a good skirmish phase. Oh my goodness, the javelins. Oh no, hopefully they won't get caught out there. They really wanted to fight, didn't they? Yikes. Yikes. Oh, good. Good, we just get hit by a bunch of free artillery shots as we try to flee. No, you gotta run. You guys gotta run. Man, terrible. This is the worst siege phase I've ever, or skirmish phase I've ever done. We haven't done anything to them. We've thrown away a whole unit or two to the Soul of Damnation, and they still have like all of the ammo they need in the world. Bad, just bad. The thing is I'm afraid of him, and I don't want to cross into the battlefield to him. What if we throw like a long distance Pit of Shades on him? Oh, good. Now they're coming at me. There we go. There's a good target for hell cannons. Look at all the guys that aren't on the in the air. You know, we could shoot at any of them. Oh right, they just flanked there. Of course they did. The hell cannons are getting taken offline immediately by hounds, which feels so bad. Why did I think they were safe there? They weren't. And he's casted a spell there and there. We managed to avoid both of them somehow. Mainly by accidentally noticing they were happening. Yeah, they're certainly doing pretty good against us here, aren't they? But the Knights of the Brazen Throne, the Skullcrushers of Khorne getting taken out, and then here, we're doing okay in this blob. Of course, the Javelins now have an Exalted Hero of Tzeentch on a chariot among them, which is the worst thing that can happen to Javelins, is having like a single target hero like that, who's really quite strong against them. These Norscan Ice Trolls are in the worst place. Oh my god. Oh man, we're in trouble. We have not been doing well. Alright, we need to get this guy on Archie. Oh god, yeah, we keep on sending people out, and then they chase fast things and go all the way away from where we need them, which is like still fighting where we're at. But here we go. Archie gets caught up. We should be okay here. I don't think he's got the scratch to pop a gentleman like Sirtha Ek, you know, but that doesn't mean that the rest of these guys don't have the scratch. Well, you know, it could have been cleaner, but look, when you're fighting Archaon the Everchosen, a win's a win. And this is like the prototypical annoying Warriors of Chaos army, right? This is the one where you're like, wait, did they get every single regiment of renown? And the answer is yes. Because you always have to fight them in the late game. If they get rid of all their other army, and they're like, well, I guess I have no choice. Like, these guys are really brave to be fighting in there on purpose. But I guess with Archie there, it takes more bravery to run away. Yeah, a super ugly fight, but hey, it was always going to be one. We lose both of the Hell Cannons, maybe entirely, which is pretty rough. They're, like, hard to get, right? We gotta, like, talk to the Chaos Dwarves. We gotta do this whole thing. I may not actually have the ability to get them back right now. But Archeon has fallen. The Rotten Riders are still having a party. They're so scary. But, you know, they're running now anyway. Anti-large, armor-piercing, regenerating, armored, magic attacks. You know, ward save. It's just all very brutal stuff. Yep, we lose our dudes, but Archeon, come on now. How are you going to let that army get away? It's ridiculous. Alright, they're going to let me wrap it up, so that's fine. We will display our brutality, and we get Briar's Teeth, which gives us Snipe, Stalk, Woodsman, Unspottable, 10 Fist Resist. You know, could be okay on some things. I guess really if we throw it on like a metal caster, and then you know it's easier for them to go do their silly stuff. All right.
War unceasing. Despoil and ravage.
All right, and their last place is right there. We just need to get back into our lands, which we can do with a march. Yeah. To heal, and then we'll roll over there and hopefully just get rid of him entirely. Yeah, he's got one place left, and that was his army, so...
All the way. Show me your boils, children.
Shaman sorcerer. The world. Wipe them out.
Yeah, demolition of the Chaos Dwarves.
Chieftain of the tribe.
Oh, well, that was not very much movement there. It's a trade agreement. He's allied with the Vampire Coast. You don't need to trade with demons.
must evolve in my likeness.
Such ignorance.
Alright, so they have a very mobile army here.
Absolutely not.
Wolfwick's army is still a little messed up from the previous one. I think the move here is to go to Helmgard to avoid them and then heal up more from there. Armor of the Dark Gods, which... Okay. If you get weakened tremendously, then you get 30% hit points immediately. But it gives you 30 armor, 15 fizz resist, and immune to contacts effects for your whole army, which is so good. But I think Sirth Ek deserves the armor of the Dark Gods. Oh, but yeah, we... Never mind. Who has the Sword of the Dark Gods? He's what? Is it Ragnar?
Overrun the world.
Yeah, but he's got the Helmet Draskon. Why don't we just take the Blade of the Dark Gods away and give him a different blade? And then we can give...
Despoil and ravage.
And it'll make the army 50% cheaper, which is pretty crazy, but yeah. Alright, so there we go. He already regenerates, but this will give him even more cool stuff. He's got all sorts of interesting stuff going on. Alright, so all of those heroes just being menaces. Will it make me lose this? Well, it will. Okay, then we're not going to do it. Keeps resetting my camera, which is incredibly annoying.
Okay. Marauding. What? Carnage at last. Move on that. Tribesmen, gather! On the prowl. To their grave.
And in grand Norska fashion, we're burning them all down.
Tribesmen, gather!
I want them to give me all the cool weapons. All the cool armors.
The eagle guides me. Enslave the southerners. Decamp.
We have 50,000 spoils. Wow.
All will perish.
And King Lewin was here, so we can just pop him.
Bloodthirsty. Set by the serpent.
My challenge? Undeniable. Who wants to join me?
Oh, hey, look at that. He finally got across there a little bit. After like 10 years, he's getting a little closer to dealing with with those ogres. Good for him.
I bring the plague in.
Alright, servers of the Conclave are gone. In here, I guess we just take this. Only makes you tired for like a turn. Here, single turn recruitment, we can get something decent out of it, right? Yeah, like trolls.
Tribal fury.
Cheaper trolls everywhere. I just have, like, this is all pro forma, right? Like, it's, we're just leveling up stuff to prove that I remember that I can, I guess. Anyway. Wolfric hits level 50, good for him. Throgg hits level 50, good for him.
Where's my next quarry?
It's always so sad when a greenskin tries to declare peace. You're like, aw, what would your people think?
Tribal fury.
Yes, you have my favor.
And here, just as he's about to get all the regiments of renown again, we pop Archaon and get our level 5 Altar of the Serpent, which gives us cheaper stuff. It gives us, 20% physical resist to all characters, which is pretty good. Pretty good indeed. And importantly, eliminates Archaon from playoff contention. We're going to send this guy with Sirthek up into the north, or rather, we're going to attack these guys, get our crow altar up all the way to start working on these other ones, I guess. You know, gotta Gotta be the champion of all of chaos, after all.
Northmen come.
Fight him there, and then we'll just roll up and fight village, get the Dolgan, all that nonsense.
This way.
It's back. My beautiful, beautiful regiment of renown. It's back. Right, so what do we drop in this army for it? The Feral Mammoth, even though it's done such good work? Yeah. Goodbye, Feral Mammoth. You are, after all, just a Feral Mammoth. Alright, Monstrous Arcanum. Where is the Golden Tower? That's in, like, Lustria, isn't it? Alright, so the next one to hunt would be... Grand Cathay, but I guess we could try a taming one if we go, what, like... Try to get this cockatrice. Ooh, actually, that could be cool because that barrier hit point, we could get that for somebody. Temperate or Savannah? Well, I feel like... Yeah, it is temperate. We can send Bjarki on the hunt. Where are you, Bjarki? There we go. Hey, cool. There we are. Oh wow, we walked all the way across there and couldn't catch them. Oh, because we walked across the river to fight them. I see. Well, at least we know that they're not in great shape. They might, however, move into Coron. Yeah. If they do, they do. What are you going to do, right?
Enslave the Southerners. Accepted. Wolfman. The correct path. Pillage from here.
Like, you know, this guy, we should have moved him down over here, but, you know, too late for that. But it's not too late. Festus is, oh my goodness, he got very, very tuned up by somebody, probably by Toddy's crazy army. You want peace, Franz? Pathetic. Alright, and we get juiced up marauders there. Here, do we want... I mean, we don't really use those. Horsemaster, blah, blah. That'll be good, though. We do have some marauder hunters. We have, I think, yeah, pretty high research rate at this point, but basically everything in all the trees is okay or good. So having some of the greatest and some of the merely good is pretty fine. Like, we could get another restock. I think one restock is enough, though, honestly. Alright, where does he want to go, then? We can just... fight the ogres? No, we'll go this way. Meet up with dude over here, and then also we need to keep on with the keeping on there. Have our two armies going up here, Sirthek and the old Terrormeister here. Speaking of, time for him to get the Plague of the Crow. The most important time in any young Norscan lord's life is when he dedicates himself to the crow. Gets that regeneration, preparing to stand on top of a mammoth. Some people stand on ceremony, he stands on mammoths. And Burple, well, it looks like these fools are doing okay on that front, but what we're gonna do is... you know, walk through their land a little bit, and they'll be alright with it. And really, we just have this up here because I was like, you know, maybe we can, you know, threaten them a little bit. But it looks like Malice is still fighting the Legion of the Gore Queen. She's like a lot weaker than we would like her to be, but you know. She's still doing okay. I'm sure we'll have to fight Malice, like, eventually. Maybe. But we can avoid it for right now. Dark Elves are pretty good against Norsca, in my opinion. They're good against my style, anyway, which is to be bad at playing the game. Alright, time for the hunt. Well, I am going to take a short break, grab a drink, and when we return, be right back to this. So, enjoy my away image. All right. All right. Sengors, Harpies, Cockatrice, Centaurs, Zinch. Abstractly, it doesn't look that bad, but you never know what the battle is going to hand you until you get into it, right?
Through some cruel fluke.
Oh, he can turn its assailants into stone. Well, that's not good.
This cockatrice can turn its assailants into effigies of living stone.
I hope that just means I sit still and don't literally turn
Can they take their vengeance in
before it shatters them. Ooh, maybe it does. Maybe it does turn me to stone. Well, let's see how it goes.
savagery and guile awaits you.
It's just like, what a cool game. The Bearmen are such good models. The Femur Sorcerers also always look so terrifying. Like, something about them wearing just like a little bit of clothes makes them even scarier. Marauders all around. Trolls. And of course, our boys, the Armored Skinwolves. You can't really see the armor, but it's a little bit of armor. It works. Alright, so we don't know what's going to happen here. We do know that Bjarki is incredibly strong, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to be able to do something zany here, right? It will petrify those within its proximity. What does that mean? Oh, it means that they turn you into a construct and shatter it with that if it turns into it. So if you're there for too long, it turns you into a statue and then you just get popped, I guess? Well, hopefully we can not have that happen to us here. You know, it's up in the air fighting our guys, so if we just fights there and we get our shots in, we should be able to just trunk it, right? We're gonna debuff it here. Yeah, alright, we'll be okay. You know, you just need... I think you need about 4 chimeras for every fight in the hunting, and you should probably be okay with about 4. Well, at least we popped him, and I think they're getting army loss like pretty soon. I believe they just don't have very much on the field, do they? Cindy's Zinch are scary, scary guys. You know, that big AP damage. Centaurs get a big charge bonus too, so you know they when they get that charge off in a big way, it can really, really be a miserable time. But we've already taken them out. And they are army lossing like any day now. Any day now. There we go. And then we just got to deal with a couple more spawn that are on the field. that were on the field. They're all gone now. I think the game just, yeah, there we go. You can only use it one time. I mean, I guess it's... Look, it's 750 barrier hit points, and that's pretty good. So that would give us like a ton of that. Of course, it lowers our armor down a lot. But...
Watch over me.
Yeah, because then we could have, like, you know... Yeah, why not? He'll get the Petrifying Gaze and the Doomrocket.
My wrath simmers.
And we can give this Frost Dragon Sail to somebody else who needs it more. Like who? Like Sirtha Ek, Champion of the Dark Gods? Yeah, baby.
Tribesmen, gather! Enslave the Southerners!
Just fuse a couple of these things together. Get another Book of Assure. You know, you just throw them all in, and eventually you get better stuff. All right, Sirtha Ek there has done everything he has to do, so now it's just time to despoil and ravage. You guessed it.
Tremble!
We're just gonna go there to make sure he gets wrapped up.
Vision and purpose.
Purple's fine. Everybody else has already moved. Hey, Luke. How's progress? Oh, it's wonderful. We are rocking. We have almost 750,000 in the bank. We've been getting the coolest items. Let me tell you about them, Luke. Let me tell you about the items we've been getting. So Throgg has a barrier of 4,500. We got the scintillating shield. You know, that's like an epic that you can get. We got the Warpstone Teeth, which shoots a little Doom Rocket. That's just for decoration. It's not like as big as like a huge nuke, but you know, it's pretty nice. This Eagle Feather Torque, this is one of the Norska things you get for raising. It gives you 500 barrier hit points for every unit in the army, 500. And then it gives you personally 100% of your barrier, plus this ability you can use every 2 minutes to give you your whole barrier back in 10 seconds. So this shield gives you 1,000, and then we got this Cockatrice Eye from one of the things for 1,750. So basically, yeah, now he has a barrier of 4,500 that you can juice back every 2 minutes, on top of the fact that he has 12,000 hit points and regenerates and stuff. And yeah, we took out the Chaos Dwarves here. Archaon's dead. Yes, yeah, we just got the Cockatrice Eye from the Tzeentch-coded, Tzeentch-aligned Cockatrice army with Beastmen and stuff. But yeah, so we did that. Azag is down to probably like 10. Yeah, 10 settlements, but he's just been getting crunched on. The Imperium of Man is not doing great. Nuln's doing all right. They've got like a bunch of this land here, but the Imperium is like almost toasted. I think he's got like maybe 5 places left. We're just wrecking them, and then he took some minor places up in the norther parts of the lands, but let's get that on here. Armored Skin Wolves are like so amazing that it's also fun. Alright, and it's now time to start doing our Hound Altars. We got 5 levels of, or the max level of the Tzeentch one, which gives you 20% Fizz resist for every character, which is like, dude. It's so good. Skilla has, 11,000 hit points. We got Deathsinger and Doomsinger, so now Wulfric has, like, oh yeah, Wulfric, we got Doomsinger, and we got this Charm of the Gods thing, which is also a heal. So he's got, 37 ward save, 40 Fizz resist, and 54 missile resist, 20,000 hit points, 2 sources of regeneration. Pretty good. Started, finished an old world, so time him with taking all his Arnegrund, which is huge. Yeah, you told me it was pretty big. Is it like, because 8 peaks is what, like 8 or 10 or 12 different things? Is it like that size or even bigger? Yeah, I think one of the items is bugged though. So I thought it was amazing, but I am convinced that the item doesn't work. I haven't fully tested it. I just don't think it works. I don't believe it. This Bale Taurus hoof, right? Strips enemies of any fire resistance they may have and gives you flaming attacks. I just don't think it works, because I had it against the Chaos Dwarves, and I charged my heroes in, and I'm bashing, and we just, like, didn't hurt them, like, basically at all. And, I was just like, man, I bet it says, because it says on the tooltip it gives them 100, like, negative 100 fire resist, but I'm like, I bet it doesn't. I just bet it doesn't. And whenever I took it off and fought the Chaos Dwarves, like, I felt like we were doing more damage to them. So I think that it actually just gives you flaming attacks, says it gets rid of their fire resist and doesn't. So it's actually objectively very bad. But it's not necessarily true that it does that. Because after all, if they don't have fire resist, then that doesn't matter. If you're fighting, like, the vampires, they're not going to have stuff that's got fire resist. So if it says it takes it away and it doesn't matter. But anyway, that is some of why I think we didn't get the Zarnagrund fight the other day. The other part was I'm pretty sure they Dreadquake mortared me and I didn't notice. That's definitely what happened to the Iceforge Legion, but I think it happened another time too. I don't know what it is about army abilities in me, but it's like I forget they're there, like actually just forget it. And I'm like, how could they have done this? I'm like, oh wait, don't they have like a thing? Piarchy's a champ. Oh yeah, we had like some good fights, man. We fought, like a 3.5, 4 stack of Bretonnia with a single army, and just were like, "Biao, biao, biao, biao." Oh, it was sick. One of the icon of the Bale Taurus had an icon of Longbeard said, that might be just the shenanigans. That's still very funny, of course, regardless.
Absolutely not. Tribesmen, gather into the fray.
Alright. I'm like, that's right, this army, I'm much too lazy to do it myself. Look, I might be able to. It's okay. But yeah, so Archaon's dead though. We had quite a fight with him, of course. You know how Warriors of Chaos are when they're on their last legs. Suddenly you're fighting every regiment of renown that exists. Figure out finally playing a scouting campaign. It could claw, I imagine? Or are you gonna mix it up? You're gonna do something weird. Throgg can be very, very fun in his own right, but Ikit's just so scaven, right? Like, when you think of, like, the prototypical scaven, to me it's Ikit, like someone who's very, very reckless. The one, like, that, like, very, even by the standards of Skaven, cartoon villainy, he's like, yes, some of you may die, but that's the price I'm willing to pay. But, more than everybody else means it. Alright, which of these is going to make us stronger? Some of them will. There we go. Lowering the hero success of our enemy attacks, that'll be good. Alright, so here, I think we just spin off a werekin to one of these other armies, and yeah, that would be good. Just give him another one. And he can, you know, meet up there eventually. Like running those more. Yep. So you may complain you have about the base game. You struggle and lose, or you snowball super early and then you don't get to use the cool final third. Indeed. But in Old World, there's so many places, so you get to do it. Nice, yeah. I've definitely thought of doing it, but you know, it's like a lot of times I'm like, okay, I'll mod a game or whatever, and then I'm like, man, you haven't even played the vanilla. No, I mean, I've played a lot of vanilla of this, but I've played a bit of modding, but not too much. There was this one, I think, like Lost Factions or whatever. There was like an Albion thing. I think it was in Total Warhammer 2 that I was playing. It was ages ago, but it was like a Celtic themed thing, and I loved it. And it was super broken, though. You know, even by the standards of Warhammer, it felt a little too strong. Yeah, because there's, what, like 6 times as many things in the old world as there are here? Things, provinces. So, you know, plenty of opportunities for stuff.
Chieftain of the tribe. Despoil and ravage. Overrun the world. What? Sent by the sun.
52,000 spoils.
Enslave the Southerners.
These fools are having the worst time a Frenchman's ever had.
Marauders all.
They didn't know it was going to happen to them whenever they threw in their loss with our enemies. You know, they thought it was just going to be another time. Wrong, 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 wrong.
An unstoppable force.
Go down here and burn Old Nuln down. Alright, so do we start a war with them? No, we could just walk across their lands, right? What are they going to do? I know the Wood Elves are afraid. I know they don't want none. We'll fight them later if we need. But I just want to get over here and burn down the rest of the French. He's only got 8 more. I say some of the starting locations are really rough. Oh, I bet. I mean, what if Grimgore's your neighbor? It's so many heroes. It's so annoying, but you know, that's why we need to get rid of these factions so that the hero spam goes away. Thorgrim has it. Ooh, poor guy. Oh well, you know, not every boy thrown to the wolves becomes a hero. Here we're gonna do the racing. Yeah, there we go. We got it. Very exciting. So this is like a set that we've been trying to get together, and I believe we're assembling it right now on Surtha Ek. No, it's on Bjarki. Yeah, Bjarki's been a real pro right? And now he gets the icon of the Dark Gods, which, you know, will give him missile block of 25 and melee reflect, which we do have 360-degree missile block due to the bugged research. So that'll be really good. Melee reflection on a mammoth, you know, awesome. Missile block on a mammoth, 360, awesome. 12 ward save hit points in there. But then it gives you this thing. I don't even know what it does, but I'm excited. After winning a battle, the Dark Gods will cast a curse upon an enemy army in the province. That's sweet. 50% upkeep to the Lord's army. Negative 12 leadership to the local region. And when you use Pillage and Raise all around, well, you get 4 more units in the army. And that might actually be enough to, like, because you raise and then you get, like, 13 units in the army that follow you around. That's, like, practically a WA, you know? And getting to get that anywhere, of course, you gotta, like, work pretty hard to get these. The other ones are okay. The Blade of the Dark Gods just, like, buffs you up, I mean, quite a lot after you get hit. And then you get a bigger bonus versus infantry. And then the armor gives you immune to contact effects for the Lord's army. Like, right? Like, that's real good. And then also a massive heal if you get super low, which I don't imagine would happen, but it could. And, you know, Fizz resist of 15, which is solid. So, a nice set, and we have assembled it. Gonna go for a get. Nice, yeah. I'm gonna sound like everybody else now. I think that the Southern Realm should be their own faction with unique stuff, with lots of feathers in their caps. No, I'm actually quite surprised that after all this time, they don't have anything unique going on there. I mean, I played Warhammer 1. They were in Warhammer 1. You just, you know, I would have thought they would have got fleshed out, but I'm not that familiar with the inner workings of fantasy. I haven't, you know, I've read like some Gotrek and Felix books, but I'm not like an expert in the tabletop by any means. So, you know, probably they just don't have models, right? Is what I imagine it is. You know, it's in Estalia. Gentlemen, welcome to Estalia. I love all the Gelt memes. They make me so pleased. I'm like, this is really what being alive is all about, is these Gelt memes. We're just going to distribute some levels here. The Mentor is kicking up, and now, like, you know, because we get lots of experience for winning these fights, and then you know, all of a sudden, you can get all the way somewhere. You got a couple guys mentoring everybody else, and you look over, like, oh, everybody's got a ton, and then they level up, and then before you know it, we already are recruiting, like, Skinwolf Werekin at level 17. But yes, I think Norsk is probably the best hero faction now. Rats vs. Zombies? It is fun. I can tell you right now that fighting against vampires when you have a bunch of artillery enraged is the height of fun. Because that's the thing about Skaven, especially Ikit Claw, is, you know, you're not going to run out of bullets. You'll be alright.
Overrun the world.
But we're gonna roll up this way once we deal with... Actually, this fellow might be... Oh, it looks like he's gonna deal with that. Good. About time, my fools, were doing something productive. Because Sale's still alive up here. You know, he's got, you know, like, well, we haven't met him yet, but he's there. You know. He's on the map. We've just seen him, but we can't talk to him. Guess he doesn't like me. Oh, that is faster, so you get the mortar. The general consensus, right, for playing Skaven is that Ikit Claw's expansion is mandatory because that's when you get, like, all the weapon teams that matter. But, No, you don't. You don't need to recruit anything except weapons teams and artillery and heroes, right? That's how to play Skaven. You make a gun line and you have heroes for summons in the front, and you just use like Menace Belows and Clan Rat summons to charge things up. Ikit has a mechanism for giving the Rattling guns infinite ammo, which is just as hilarious as it sounds. Alright, we were supposed to take the place.
The Hound compels. Chieftain of the tribe.
There we go.
Overrun the world.
Well, so every weapons team is crazy for the second army or whatever. Here's the thing about Skaven units. They're mostly bad. Even like storm vermin are not a thing you even like truly want to take in a campaign usually. The like Thrott's unique units like brood horrors are quite good, but the base Skaven roster is very underwhelming. For second arm, like if like if you're playing Clan Eshin units are good, and so on with the other clans. The thing about Skyr is Skyr's units. Yeah, Skyr's units are so good that it's all you want to use, even if you're playing somebody else. Stuff that's not specifically Skyr, like I think Plague Wind Mortars are associated with somebody else or whatever, but like when you get like Warp Lightning Cannons and like Doom Wheels and stuff, like those are great. They're amazing, actually. But fundamentally, like, Jezzails and Rattling Guns and, like, Poison Wind Globes or whatever, like, you can do so much with it. Storm Vermin, in fact, are usually actively bad because, like you said, they'll just get shot up or whatever. But because of the way balance of power works, right, them being on the battlefield will often lead your enemies to, make worse decisions, right? So the AI will look at you with Storm Vermin and it'll be like, oh, that army's too strong, I want to run away. Whereas if you were running like Skaven Slaves, then they would be like, oh, they're weak, I'll run up. And because, of course, the front line doesn't matter, as we know in almost everything. Like I do all the time. I'm like, and now I'll get my guys with shields and armor, and they never fight. And if they do, it's bad. And it would be better if I just didn't run them, but I love infantry. But the mortars are from that one? Okay, yeah. He might buff him into being kind of okay. I have not played him since Warhammer 2. When... just let me tell you, I played a lot of bad Skaven campaigns. I had a lot of fun with Eshin, though. I like Eshin. Alright, what was I doing? Sirtha Ek needs to go here to potentially support, and then we'll go up to the Dolgan. Throgg rolls up this direction. Purple's looking purple. We need to spool up another army. But where? I mean, right here seems good enough. It's like, wow, we can't recruit anything that matters here. Well, I'll tell you what he can get. A whole lot of trolls. Can't he? No, we don't have a troll building here. Alright, global recruitment of trolls. And he'll just be like a support army, or like a don't threaten me army. Because when you have 700k, you can afford to have a couple of armies that don't do anything. No, all these armies pay for everybody else so quickly. Because our post-battle loot, through various effects, has got to be like 100% more than we're entitled to. Oh, is there Skype? Yeah, exactly. You just ball out. Like, they do not outrange your weapons teams. And that is the long and short of it. Rattling guns have suppression. Suppression plus AP damage, like what cavalry they do have won't get there. What flyers they do have won't get there. And then they're going to be trying to cross a field of 100 yards before they can even start shooting, and you're going to shoot them up. The problem truly is in sieges, which can be incredibly frustrating with low line-of-sight weapons, like gunpowder against them, because the thing is, though, is if they get a couple of volleys, a lot of weapons teams have high armor, but, you know, if they get a couple of volleys with something nasty, like, it doesn't take but 1 or 2 glade guards shooting you for a little bit when you don't know about it, and they're just everywhere, and then they get you. But yeah, using summons on top of them and then just diving on. A lot of people don't believe in running wolf rats when they're doing Skyr. I think a unit of wolf rats is always good, or 2, but of course the more dog units you have, the more it's just sort of cleaning up after things. But it's not like win more, you know, you still gotta win to do it. And now we're gonna burn down Nuln. No. No. Ha ha ha. Alright, well, this thing gives you a couple bound purple suns. That's cool. And it gives you a lore passive that's basically like a spell mastery thing plus the death lore passive. So, you know, we already don't really run out of wins, but that's nice. Well, I know who that belongs on. The Soul Boy. A very rude item. Because the thing is, with Stream of Corruption, it only costs 4, which that'll make it functionally cost 2, and then you have the Nurgle lore passive, which already heals this army already, though. Like, dude. Horrible regeneration, Lord's army. It's the most fun army you can have, because you get to take something like the Riders of the Mighty Serpent. I have gotten these guys down to like 4 models when they started out half alive, and then they get all the way healed up, and they all come back to life. Things coming back to life from getting healed is objectively as cool as you can feel in this game. And Arbol, like, loves me now. Because we're so good at everything.
This is not why I have made this accommodation.
But we need to get down to the castle Drakenhopf so we can get this, which also gives you 25% battle healing cap, which is the craziest thing. It sounds like, and that's the thing about the Norska campaign now, and why I am so amped for it. Like, what's better? Oh, fortunately, it is ruled by Azag the Slaughterer, and how beautiful is that, right? The Crown of Nagash leading him there. Well, the Crown of Sorcery. I think you take the Warlock Engineers.
Take what's theirs.
But maybe you don't because the heroes are the same. Yeah, that's the heroes are like the same.
Chieftain of the tribe.
Both of the lores are solid, but the heroes are very good casters. If you're going super gunline, though, having another thing that goes for that. I like to get, like, warlords, because I'm bad. I'm like, yeah, let's just, like, you know, charge in with a big beater. But I'm bad at Skaven, right? I'm bad at Skaven because I like to play every faction like it's Empire.
Bring death. All will perish this way. Okay.
That guy can join this army. And so can this guy. But I actually, and like, I think, hear me out here. I think assassins are actually good. No, they're not. I think I always take the warlock engineer guys. Play actually like this 3K static spear guard block, complete with your flamethrowers.
Enslave the Southerners. True savages.
World Walker. Village from here. They can rest for now.
Yeah, Arbol is he's slowly getting through. He's finally moved over here and fought the man-eaters. He's been really having a time against them. Don't like having a micro-infantry. Fair. I don't either. I like microing monstrous infantry. That's my idea of a good time. You know, they get caught out too bad. You're like, no, just run away. And often they will. Not always. Yeah, like, if you play a lot of infantry, you gotta have something to make it really work, right? You know, I love Vampire Count's infantry because you have access to healing that'll bring them back from the dead, right? With Overcasted Envos, you can do a bunch of fun things. You know, I like Grom's goblins because when you have regenerating goblins... No, Grom is such a cool faction. Grom was the first faction where I was like, you can do that? Now there's a lot of factions that are sort of like Grom, right? But Grom was the first one I remembered where the unique faction mechanics were like so like mind-blowingly illuminating. I guess Ikit might have come before him though. No, anyway. We never gave Uzkalak back to him because we're not very nice. Oh yeah, we never got more hell cannons. We need to build a... an outpost somewhere. Yeah, he doesn't have anywhere to recruit good units. No, it's not my fault. All right, I guess we won't give him an outpost. Cavalry monster symmetry, but you don't play manufactured uses justifies. Yeah. Well, I feel like, you know, the coolest faction that you are describing overall is, of course, Empire, where you have the monstrous cavalry, but not the monstrous infantry, where you have, you know, like Demigryph Knights, which are objectively very cool. I'm not going to brook any disagreement about that. If somebody says Demis aren't cool, they're a robot. They're a robot, and they're showing you that they're a robot.
Despoil and ravage. The Eagle Guide.
Dwarves, Chaos Dwarves, Empire. Yeah. Chaos Dwarves, man, they're such a complete faction, right? You really get everything you need.
Enslave the Southerners. I submit. Chieftain of the tribe. Take what's theirs. Northmen come. Decamping. Fine. War unceasing. Accepted.
Oh, hey. Perfect. More guys.
Immediately.
Talk roster and unit rolls, ignoring quality of that, at least one of everything. Yeah, and the things they do have are so solid. You know, they've got archers with fire arrows. That's real good. And hobos are like, man, they are so solid of a unit for being totally forgotten by me for the entire campaign, right? Like, they're real good. They've got great heroes. You know, they have ranged heroes. They have get in your face with a centaur and hit 'em heroes. So good. The only thing that is bad about them is their lore only includes one spell that's decent. Their lore passive is so bad. And even the lore of the volcano is only really good when you have, you know, the real guy with it. Ooh. Alright, well, we'll fight these guys. Knights of the Realm. No, these are... I was like, no, these are Grail Knights times 6. That is rough. Do we try to run back? Yeah. Yeah, they can't catch us there. I mean, we could have won the fight, probably, but at what cost, right? Better to take the fight when we can actually take an advantageous hit out of it afterward. Alright, so he has 4 lands. We just need to see where the lowest of them is. Is it here or under Twakat? Yes. Alright. Well, Wolfric will just roll up the rest of the Empire then. Yeah, now we have 13. Well, you know, it's okay. We'll just throw them into there. That's all right. Hey, it's still 13 each time. You know, maybe we should have done it to grab the replenishment, but this is okay. Franz is there. He might even try to fight us. That'd be fun. You know, he's got a Luminarch. That's scary. He's got himself. He's scary. Clearly it isn't enough.
Tribesmen, gather. Okay, I submit. Your orders all. The crow directs me.
We'll move here, because if they lightning strike, then they won't get their reinforcements either. And if they want to do this fight, then I'll be surprised. I mean, they might want to. But we'd be alright.
Understood.
Oh, their only good spell is the ones who make the spell almost free. But even at proper cost, Flames of Asgore is like an okay thing. It does a ton of damage. But no, Ash Storm, which should be their marquee spell, is bad. Their Spirit Leech analog spell is bad. All their stuff, honestly, is, you know, underwhelming. It's a bad lore. I mean, they don't all need to be great. And honestly, when it's a lore like that, or like Lord of the Deeps, where it will always be restricted to only one faction due to its nature, it's more okay for the lore to be bad, I guess? Because it's balanced entirely around the fact that it's there. And after, you can still get like a metal caster or a fire caster, and metal and fire are extraordinary. You know, metal and fire both do something that no other lore does better, you know, in their own way, and that, you know, that'll always be worth doing. This guy have movement? He does now. Favored matriarch. Oh yeah, he's got all of them. All right, let's just level up these guys a little bit. Then he won't need that because the other one has it. All right, Lord Burning Head. Yeah, you know, that's what it's about. Now, if their lore passive was good, it would be like if their lore passive just wasn't bad. But it would probably need to do like 10 times as much as it does to be good. Bjorgman gets to level 50. Good for him. Very proud of Bjorg. Speaking of, let's give him this Trickster's Helm. And a Talisman of Preservation. I bet someone can use that. Preferably like a guy on a mammoth that doesn't already have it, though. Here we go. We get Mad's map. Blah. I was like, it was purple, but it's that purple one. You know, what are you going to do, right? Just moving everybody into better and better spots. Man, if that Barrel Taurus hoof actually worked, I'd be so happy. I just don't think it does. I just don't think it does. You know, they're excellent in most factions, so you don't end up using them in great numbers. Yeah. Yeah. You know, the equipment, the thing is it comes very quickly in this campaign. Every time you raise any settlement, you get an item. And you can also get the items from the very good list. The purple stuff, the aspects of the gods and all that. And so it's sort of like, you know, it's definitely easier to get a whole bunch of items from them, although it's like a little annoying to do it over and over again. It's not so annoying that I'm not willing to do it. And these heroes, because I'm bad, right? You know, the hero ball is very important.
Take their treasures.
And this guy's really just going to hang out here and spend 4,000 a turn threatening people and being like, you don't want to you don't want to mess with me, buddy. And we'll just roll up here and pop Azog the Laughter. Which allows us to go here and get Ruination of Vampire Counts, which gives you a hero for everything, and 25 battle healing cap, which is pretty good, right? It's pretty good. And we'll be able to do another hunt next turn, which we'll probably do right here and try to get this beast of Castle Drakenhof that was there. Like a hero you can put in front of your gun line and forget about. Well, that's the great thing about these Norscan heroes. While they do have activated abilities, they don't matter, right? They're just the Foe Seeker, pop the things, pop them whenever they're going on. Their real aspect is that they all regenerate without items, right? All you need is level 13 for Ephemeral Noble to get regeneration, and Skinwolf Wear can come with them out of the box. They also have very huge hit point totals, and the ability to, like, just get super tanky. And then, you know, you just sit them in front. And if we were better friends with the Chaos Dwarves, we would have blunderbusses! The gun line. No, we lost our Hell Cannons in a fight with Archeon? Yeah, Archie was the one who got them. Alright, like, what's over here? 10% hit points for all characters. Okay, yeah, we get... Oh, and an augment. For them, well, all of that is pretty good, isn't it? 5 replan. Yeah, we'll just go up this way and then get Hound's Gaze for all lords, which is good enough, yeah.
Trolls must evolve. My weakness.
Yeah, the old Iceforge Legion, we finally got it back. Speaking of getting it back, let's try the Abyssal Shrieker. Burplesmirk.
I do not hunt for sport. I hunt for war.
He says, I don't hunt for sport, I hunt for war. I'm like, I bet he's about to go hunt for sport, though. No, he doesn't need the Potion of Healing. That should go with someone who can't get it any other way.
Where action I refuse. Garhara chaos.
And definitely could have been getting even higher research numbers. That's another thing. Norska keeps on getting like random items that give you ancillaries for research just like all the time from leveling up. So you can get, you know, an extra 200. Yeah. Train Dreadquakes, dude. Whenever I finally got them online at the end of that Dresdoth campaign, dude, that was such a fun campaign. I went and fought like the 4 in-game dwarf stacks. Was it 4? And I was just like, blah, blah, blah. That was really living. This will give our whole army stock, including Burplesmirk. That's funny enough to do it.
Death, decay, and rebirth. Nurgle's beloved.
I didn't want the Vigor loss, but I guess here it ends up being fine. Alright, that dude, I guess we're just going to sit him there and sort of dissuade the Dark Elves from doing anything. Here we're going to...
What? Into corpses.
siege it and make him come out and fight us, which I imagine he'll do. I just don't feel like dealing with the wall. If he doesn't, we'll just, like, I don't know, go to ambush. I just don't feel like dealing with the wall.
Overrun the world. Chieftain of the tribe. Outstanding. Despoil and ravage. In agreement.
And if we catch them right there, then, I mean, it's worth doing just to get rid of the army, right? Did that siege beta end up going anywhere? You know, they quit talking about it, didn't they?
Speak.
Alright, so a dark curse has befallen an enemy force. I don't know what it is, but we've been told it happened.
Bloodthirsty. Journeying.
And I believe it.
What?
After all, the Dark Gods wouldn't just lie to you. They wouldn't know how, they wouldn't have enough practice.
Finally, a fight.
Throgalicious here. We're just gonna run up to the north to wrap that up, and then... Oh no, we can get to him with plenty of time. Let's do a fight. We haven't done a fight in a minute. You know, people talked about it like on the subreddit briefly, and then they just like never mentioned it again. But yeah, without Siege Attacker, you know, the game, the elements of how people play are sort of married to the idea that, at least with your first army, if you can walk up to a wall and win, you should be able to do the fight, you know. Not least that Siege Attacker as a concept almost never translates into this character is actually good at getting inside. We all know that dogs are better at breaking down a door than a mammoth is. We all know that, right? Everyone in the world. If you need a battering ram, you send a dog. Alright. Speaking of fun and things we all know, we've got the Iceforge Legion again, and that means we're gonna hang back and have a party, baby. But not entirely hang back, after all, we've got Throgg. It's gonna be a party, though. Oh, indeed it is. Yeah, the guy... They need to have, like, murder holes, right? They need to have at least something at the top of the gate where if there's, like, a whole infantry unit down there, you can drop something on them. Because even if you have ranged units or towers, as soon as you get underneath the gate and you're hitting it, you're basically invulnerable, basically. And that is a choice. Alright, let's get to it. You know what Throgg's gonna do? I know what he's gonna do. Doomrocket! You know, pretty good. It's not as cool as it could be. It's not as cool as the Iceforge Legion. It's the best unit in the game. It probably is. It's the best unit for me in the game. And Throgg's like, I'm a hero, let me hit somebody. Boom, baby. Oh yeah, and the barrier interactions are wonky. Look at that. 8,000. 8,000 on the barrier from those items that we've got him. I think it's like double dipping somewhere, but who cares, right? I earned it. I'm a champion of the Dark Gods. 8,000 on the barrier. That's everything I dreamed of, right? This campaign surely makes you feel as though you are a champion of chaos by the end. And we're gonna throw a big final transportation here. We need to get to Cathay so we can get, like, Mastery of Elemental Winds and stuff. Yeah, I was expecting more out of the Doomrocket, too. It's like... It shoots 6 projectiles that do, like, some damage, but it's like... I thought it was gonna be, like a straight-up normal Scaven nuke whenever I saw that it was there. So, you know... A bit of a letdown, honestly. It's still cool, but it's a bit of a letdown. Yeah, it's like, this is really more just like a rocket. This rogue idol's having a great time fighting me. But the greatest thing about the Iceforge Legion is that it's incredibly good at sniping artillery, right? Because, like, 2 volleys of it will snipe a whole hail cannon down. And the Waz active in the deep. But it's also, it's just very funny to have a barrier for your whole army. Like, from one item, 500 barrier points for your whole army. That's really strong. But yeah, no, when I used it for the first time in a battle, I thought, because we used it for the first time in, like, the Siege of Zarnagrund, and they had, like, a bunch of, you know, barriers built. They had probably 5 or 6 units all up, and I'm like, oh, this is going to be sick. And I was like, no, and it did, like, you know, half damage to a couple of guys. I mean, that's good, right? But is it what you called it? To be fair, it'd be well. Well, yeah, that's why I was surprised too, because I was like, if all you have to do is go to Hell Pit and do this hunt, man, you could really rush this. And because too, like with these items, you could just move them around every single battle. You know, there's only a few items that won't let you swap it during the turn that you get it. Now, back in the day, I think, back in Warhammer 2, I think if you swapped an item, you couldn't re-equip it that turn. I think. But now, you know, things are different.
Look what father's found, children. A delightful addition to my arsenal.
Oh no, I had such images in my head. I was like, we'll walk up to the gates, drop a Doomrocket down on top of it. You know, like some Bastion Gate at Grand Cathay, right? I was like, man, every Norseca campaign is going to be the best. Alright, so we're obviously doing this fight ourselves. Not only because it's fun, but because they want to get rid of my only 3 Chevron Marauder champion. I ain't having that. We've got plenty of forest, which is very good. 3 manticores, which is probably enough to fight Franz. It is not enough to fight him underneath a bunch of guns, though. Because this hero block, if anything in the whole game wants to walk into this, it just gets blended. These guys together are essentially invulnerable. I mean, they could be hurt. They can't be badly hurt. They all have incredibly huge armor amounts. They all regenerate now. We finally got skill at a regenerating sword. I mean, like, a Luminarch could hurt him. Maybe. Some. But we just want to get back here on the Sunmaker so that it can't do anything nasty. And then we'll deal with the rest of this craziness whenever they arrive, right? Oh, that's right. We gave this thing to this guy in this army. We took it away from Throgg. And that's good, because Throgg's army has enough multipliers of force, and this one needed another one, right? Right. And the Werekin does get on top of the Sunmaker. That's so brutal. If that happened to me and I was playing, I would scream and restart the whole battle. Mortar's tuned up. We're going to keep on beating down the Sunmaker. We don't want it coming back later. And now we are tanking shots from the Luminarch of Hysh. That's bad. The good news is that Skilla is, like, undeterred by all these people being there and is just walking through like a champ. And these poor fools, not realizing that they are going into an armored skinwolf ambush. But they know now. Oh, sure, and they do. Alright, there we go. We rampage this stuff. We get on the Luminarch. Bjork's having his party. The big guy is down here now trying to brawl with Skilla. I think Skilla doesn't care. Skilla doesn't seem that impressed. Stubborn Bull's getting popped there. Hellblaster shooting into the Maw Herd. That is super bad. How do we deal with that, though? Get the Kims on him, I guess. still continues brawling with friends, but everybody else has left now. Like, they don't want it anymore. The Kims get on top of the Hellblasters. The Luminarch is back online, taking big shots, but at the guy who can best absorb them. Laura boats. Time for an overcasted final transmutation. Which does huge work. Oh man, they got on us. All right, we're gonna charge into those Nuln Ironsides who are flank shooting us now, with our javelins. These javelins are fighting knights on foot. That's not what they want to do. They want to be shooting at them. Under Sedan campaign, you beat Grimgore twice with Huggo on the stack. Nice. Never built the Black Ribbon. Doomdiver. The Kadai summon. Dude, I love a summon, and a summon of Monstrous Infantry. I love that even more than a normal one. 2 actual defenses. Good. You know, of course, with Norska, you're not even supposed to defend anything. Nuln Ironside's winning this engagement? Aw, come on. Well, we have 80 leadership, so we'll win in the long run. Oh my goodness. Oh, no. Franz was fighting Skilla for a while, and I didn't notice. That's okay, let's get out. They still got a plenty of healing cap left. Let's get Wulfric in there, right? Let's, Let's get the guys on Franz. Let's start getting the hits. There we go. Where are you going, Deathclaw? Like, why is he not getting executed? There we go. All falls down. Oh, I forgot the transformation of Kadon summon. $75 physical resist on the Skilla. Man. Minor 1 against Grimgore, major 1 full orc stack with heroes against food stack. Nice! Man, there's nothing better than like sitting and being like, I'm gonna do this defense, and then it actually works. Yeah, the dwarves should have, like, a place in front of the gates to fight, you know. In front of the gates of Ukrund. Wow, that's a lot.
chieftain of the tribe. Fine. It is done. The crow directs me. Despoil and ravage.
Oh, that was the ROR. I should have held on to that. That was careless.
Take what's theirs.
It'll be alright. Alright, so we just need to get what? Something to fill that gap? No, we need 2 armored skin wolves. That's what we'll get.
Overrun the world.
And he can just wait there for a turn or two.
Marauding.
Yeah, well, it's just, especially, like, I'm like, they can't have even gotten anything for it, so they had to have, you know, gone into it with the Sicilian when death was on the line. That's the only explanation.
Impossible. Taking heed.
Tribesmen, gather.
Oh, I was like, yeah, we got him.
Enslave the southerners. Moving out.
Ulfric the Wanderer. An unstoppable force. Fear me. Sent by the serpent.
Yes, Lord. On the prowl. Overrun the world.
Oh, they injured one of my werekin. Yeah, so he goes up there, sacks it, and now he's gonna run back where? Over here to go home? Good for him.
Tribesmen, gather. Journeying. Your will, bloodthirsty.
I just want the other items. They're all so good. I think we want to hit this one before we go to the settlement just to... Nah, it'll be fine. I want to do this hunt. The Abyssal Shrieker. Alright, so he's got 4 Terrorgeists and a ton of bats. So yeah, I never sack occupies, right?
This might be your most difficult hunt yet, my lord. You face the Abyssal Shrieker, one of the most terrifying terrorgeists to haunt the skies. It is driven by dark magic and will attack with its disease-ridden teeth and claws. It may be difficult to get close to the flying abomination, but killing its minions may...
Yeah, they don't keep the tag along. Yeah, well, I mean, you can sack occupy with the same lord, though. You know, you just can't do it if you don't have the movement. It's invulnerable and can endlessly summon more minions. Alright, it's getting hit by something. Okay, so when you kill stuff around it, it loses it for a little bit. So you just gotta, like, you know, fight for a while and then... Yeah. Interesting. I'm like, why don't I overcast a Rancid Visitations on him? I'm like, that'll get it all the way done. I'm like, I know how to do this. It's like, its weakness is revealed. Each time it summons new minions to protect itself, it and anything nearby suffers damage. Well, now we know. Now we know. Of course, doing this with a full elite army, with most of your stuff with a ton of weapons at level 50, is a different dynamic than, like, what if this is like the first or second hunt? So they can't all be, you know, balanced towards where you're at in the game. I mean, they could, but in my experience, that makes a game feel bad. You know, it just depends. But, like, often, you know, like, because if you don't feel like you're ever stronger. Alright, so here we get Fear Terror, Fizz Resist 12, and then this imbuement for Blinded. That means what you hit becomes blinded. I guess we'll give it to this guy, right? Oh, and I gave that guy a barrier item in Throgg's army, I hope? No, I gave it to... yeah. Are there leadership items for this cabin? I think so. But not like army-wide, right? It'd just be like banners and stuff, I think. I don't think there's anybody that, like, universally ups it. But you can get it through the tree. There's various things for leadership, or like encourage, or like, you know, gives you can give clan rats expendable in the tree. Not that that matters, you still wouldn't use them. But you could.
To kneel when it takes note. The blessed and the cursed. The lonesome.
I guess we'll just get this. That it's so annoying when they murk your heroes though. Cause too, like I just don't notice often, and then like I'm running around and I'm like, wait, what happened to my guys? You know, why is my army bad? Like what happened to my wizard? So there should be enough. Yeah, the thing, they shouldn't even be making contact for most of the time. But yeah, and like zombies and stuff, you use your heroes to create like a buffer, and then you throw this stuff off the roof. Hey, look at that! They've attacked my garrison. Smart. I win. No one is mine. Hey, I know that lady. Oh, lightning strike. I'm like, what? I should be fine. If we do this, it's gonna be like a little annoying, but I won't have to do the fight myself. It's like, you know, after you fought a guy a couple of times in this game, I'm just like, leave me alone, let me win, you know? Like, Lewin, no one cares about you, man. And we allow this army to get really, really messed up. I mean, the armored skin wolves, they don't take that long to get, but it's still, like, it's careless. And we only have single turn recruitment on, like, you know, trolls, so I guess that's what we'll get. Like, this is, whenever I see this, I just get so annoyed with the computer. Like, why is it okay for them to have 10 heroes in any place? It's one thing whenever I do it. Oh, the local province one. Yeah, you know, why don't they just stand... If they would have, you know, their good heroes sitting there doing nothing, that would be alright. So we're just gonna walk over Village's land and grab... Yeah, that's exactly what we're gonna do, right? We're going to do it in a real jerky way, too, where we raid across... We'll run over, we'll find Sail, and then we'll crack him in the face and get him onto our side, and that'll be the beginning of the war. We'll be like, hey, have you ever wanted to work for me? Good. Good. And then really, the armor, all the stuff that gives all the barrier could probably be better in that army, but that's okay. We'll keep it. We'll keep it with the big guy. He's earned it. Because right here, It says 4,500 barrier, but, you know, it's 8,000 in the battle, so somewhere along the way it gets bigger. He's not that tanky, right? Doesn't have a lot of fizz resist, doesn't have a big ward save because of the items, you know. Doesn't have high armor. But a massive, massive health pool is all its own. All its own reward. Yeah, you're just like, you wait for somebody else to do the hard part, and you're like, you know, I'm starting to think that... Ooh. Ooh. Prevents incoming healing, you know. Be worse on an enemy than it is on you, but it's still pretty nice. 10% campaign movement range after winning a battle is good. I guess this guy could wear the old collar of the corn. No, because he's got the trickster shard on. This guy can wear it.
The scorned beast.
Alright, they've mostly got their potions of healing there. We can give it to this guy? No, it doesn't make sense. I think it's honestly better for him to have the healing than to have that summon. We could give anybody that summon. Yeah, boom. There, he's got it now. Good deal.
Our time has come.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it just depends on who you're fighting.
A taste of what is to come.
The computer doesn't often use healing well, but it could. If you're fighting, you know, like a Phoenix, or, you know, like a Tyrion character that has a Yonbo, something with like a huge heal for the self that happens. It could be really solid there. I mean, just stopping regeneration broadly is nice, but, you know, it's one of those things you would notice if it happened to you more than I think you would notice it happening to somebody else.
Carnage, at last.
Said needs to learn how to do skill trees. Yeah, nice dream. Prioritizing the unique skill line. That would be so nice. Prioritizing the reg skills that goes with it. Individual lords who want to get certain things. That would all be nice. Because it's like, you play and play, and then it's like, you run into someone who's got an army of, like, the craziest stuff, and then you run into, like, Elspeth, and she has an army that doesn't make sense, you know? It's like, oh, they gave all the good stuff to, you know, the general of the empire, and then they didn't give all the, you know, all the war machines to the master engineer. You know, Icket Claw with an RPM of warp grinders, you know. Throth the Unclean with a bunch of weapons teams. I would think that it wouldn't be, but I don't know anything, right? But I would think that it wouldn't be that hard to do. To say, you know, do this, not that. Try to get these things, you know. Hey, Chong. My New Year plan? Oh, I'm going to play video games. Yeah. Chaos Dwarves, a perfect example of, like, they could prioritize for their faction leader getting the cool things. So, like, if they get unit cap or whatever, be like, alright. Because I don't even think the AI basically, like, ever will delete a unit to turn it into another unit, right? Because I don't think Warriors of Chaos, I don't even think they use the upgrade. The AI doesn't, I don't think. And that's the best thing in the whole game. Man, I love Warriors of Chaos. I actually think Norska's more fun now, though. I haven't played Warriors of Chaos in a bit. I just think all this new stuff for Norska, it's just... Warriors of Chaos feel very samey, and they don't reward you for going everywhere in the world and doing stuff. And Norska, with all of these cool, unique items, and, you know, like, I just feel like you're much more rewarded for different campaigns. Like, you could just hightail it over to Lustria and have a whole super fulfilling campaign where you have hunts, you have trophy hunts there, where you have, like, really impactful stuff. You have, you know, stuff in your skill tree for going there. It's so cool. Whereas if you did that with Warriors of Chaos, it would be like, okay, we fought. We go again. Also, the Norska roster is cooler than Warriors of Chaos is. It just is. It's not as big, but it is cooler. It has mammoths. You know, we could... Where does this go? Oh, up there. That's right. That's how I came down here with Burplesmirk. I remember. I had to call it before, because safe borders and interdiplomatic lines are funny. Yeah. What a lady. The ROR of her unique, the Princess of Pleasure or whatever, like, it's pretty cool. And of course, that's exactly what Chaos needed, right? Was more regiments of renown. Warriors of Chaos just needs more of them. You know, it sounds like a promise sometimes. Anyway, I will be right back. I'm just going to take a short break, and we'll be right back for a little bit more of this. Probably another 30 or 45 minutes or an hour. I do want to take a break at some point in the middle and eat something because I want to, you know, I want to play a good 10 hours of video games today. And if I go too long in one session, then I have to take a nap and, you know anyway, I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, Luke. Kiara, Orange Froggy, they made it a little while ago. Cause they were like, "Why don't you do this?" I'm like, "Oh, I just don't have one." And they're like, "I will make it." And I was like, "Oh, cool." Oscar Trollhewer is still up here. Oscar, you should be working for me. But we need to spend our Confederation time on sale wherever he's at. We'll find him. We will find him. Alright, so up here, this is going to get dealt with. Burple can just roll up that way. Yeah, we'll do that. That's right. He was supposed to meet up with, like, Wolfric's army. Man, he'll get there eventually. This army needs something productive to do. But does it? The only thing it could do over here is fight the Dark Elves. I think we'll just chill if that's the alternative. Ah! And we'll take this over. We'll raise it with the raising force. Does it make another one? It doesn't. What did that say? Ravager's Chainmail. Ooh. 50 fire resist, physical resist, melee defense, 25 post-battle loot. You know, just broadly very solid stuff. Alright, he's got the knapsack. He can't wear it. We'll put it on someone over here. I just don't trust that Bale Taurus hoof. I don't think it works. But if we're fighting people that don't have fire resist, it's fine. We got the Indomitable Huskarl Bodyguard, which... +5 melee defense to character's army when in own territory. Huh. And it makes hero... The campaign line of set's nice, and the negative hero action success is very good too. You know, we can throw that, you know, on Hjalmar here, and then we won't have to worry about them, you know, punching them in the face with their tricks. Yeah, Burple will roll up there, go down, and then Throgg, we can clamp on him there. Wolfric is going to eliminate the Empire in 2 turns, maybe 3. Talisman of Preservation out of it. Good, good, good. Nothing better than that. I mean, there are things better than that, but they don't matter. We need to get him on, like does Sirtha Ek have one? Yes, good. Oh. Well, you obviously need one. He's a big old target. Big old thick demon boy. He needs a talisman to preserve him. He's so tanky. He's so tanky. He has 20,000 hit points, 70 fizz resist, 33 ward save. Frenzy. I mean, like, what a champ. Oh, it's also good. One thing that's very satisfying about this campaign, though, is that a lot of campaigns, you know, you get to sort of like an end-game thing, you get like the best RORs, and you get like your coolest items you get access to, and then it's like, okay, there's only like so much to go around. But Norska, man, they've got an embarrassment of riches. You have enough to fully kit out like 4 or 5 lords with some of the coolest stuff I've ever seen. It's awesome. Is there actual Warhammer lore in Albion? You're supposed to live there? The Celt mod. I think it's mainly a fanfic mod, but like also based on it, right? Like they were supposed to be like a subset of, you know, like how you would think of Celts, you know, like the indigenous people of the island, not Empire affiliated, not Norska affiliated, not Chaos affiliated. Because like the idea is the thing here, the Almstones, right? The Waystones of unknown origin, but I guess people have lived on this island like off and on through Warhammer history, but they were just the ones that they decided to say were like, you know, the druidic peoples, for lack of a better word, you know, the ones of the forest that were there.
Speak. Despoil and ravage.
But they had like, you know, they were lots of crow and bird themed stuff, you know, very, very, like, what I would consider straight Celtic themed, you know, like, aspect of the Morrigan stuff going on, you know, like, very, very shadowy.
Tremble, weaklings.
I'm like, should I have taken that auto? Maybe not. It's probably fine. Hey, there we go. Alright. Army has access to teleport stance. Because Siege Teleport can, like, attack with the teleport, right?
Amuse me,
Hopefully it works for...
ally of the storm.
Alright, let's see. It wouldn't let us adopt it, but did it let us access it? No. Okay, so I think... yeah, we'll need to give that to the nerf. He's our only caster lord right now, right? Well, maybe next turn, maybe the stance, because it adds it, wouldn't be there. We'll see. No, we got it. It works. We just needed to go to a different army. Okay, cool. That's so awesome. Oh, it's about to be over for these fools. Teleport stance that lets you attack is objectively very good.
Chieftain of the tribe. The hound compels. Enslave the southerners. The
No escape. Put up barricades.
I'm like, man, now that I'm seeing these stats on the casters, I'm like, you know, it's a pretty decent stat line. How do you counter dark shards as dwarves? You counter dark shards by using the strengths of your race, which is artillery. That's all you can do. Like, they're short range, and they have huge armor piercing, so you just gotta, you set up your box properly and make them come to you. I mean, dark shards are I mean, one of the best units in the game, pound for pound, right? They're so spiky with damage, but a lot of the ways that people deal with them, harpies or whatever, aren't really things that you get access to as dwarves. And gyros aren't wonderful for that purpose of chasing them down. But, yeah, just like the old rock thrower, the grudge thrower. It's like you could use cannons, but they don't work like super well for it, and it's so long to get a magma cannon. Or a flame cannon. They're called flame cannons for dwarves, aren't they? But honestly, I just barely ever fight them, right? And by the time that I do fight him, it's like I've got all my stuff. AP factions are so frustrating. Like, it's supposed to be a thing I do, right? I'm supposed to be the one who figures out a way to do all the damage to the foe.
Chieftain of the tribe.
Yeah, because that's like a really respectable stat line. I mean, we just don't have the things to recruit other ones. I mean, you only get like 8 that you can get at all of the Chaos Warriors, which is still, I mean, it's fine. It's a lot. You know, it's just not enough to spam the same Chaos Warrior in all of your armies. But I'm like, no, we need single turn recruitment here anyway. Regardless, do we just get more monstrous boys? Yeah, exactly. You just you just like when you play next to Dark Elves, you wait for them to not be home, then you burn down their stuff, and then you ambush them. Like in my Torox campaign, I'm like, "Oh, you're not at home? Shame." You walked away for 3 seconds? Smart. It's so funny that Arbel loves me now. But I guess a lot of the stuff wears off quick whenever the factions aren't alive, maybe? So, like, he like doesn't care about me walking on his lands. Maybe he just doesn't hold a grudge, right? He's like, I mean, who wouldn't be impressed? I mean, we have 71 settlements. Two turns until we can do another hunt. Just a little bit of housekeeping here. Get us some things and some stuff. No, yes. Yeah, and you know, that's why it's bad to play evil, because Even your friends don't want to love you. Like, that was such a refreshing thing to go from playing, like, greenskins, where even if you're, like, the broest person, people know who you are, you know, or, like, being a vampire, where you're like, come on. But, I mean, of course, if you can somehow trick the dwarves into being your friend, they'll be your friends forever. Hey, what? Azeg, what a brave guy. Alright, what do we got going on here? Arachnox with the missile on the back. Pretty good. But our whole army comes back from the dead. And he's just going to be like out here in the front waiting for his allies to show up. We're not going to worry about preparation, because we're going to have plenty of time to set up before it all kicks off here, right? I mean, I guess we just ball. Because even if we just get here now, you know, we'll have them on the wall, and then those flingers won't be able to do such good work. Yeah. And they don't want to fight us in the forest. We got like 2 units armed skinned wolves. That might as well be 1,000 for them. Alright, but if you give an attack order to something in the woods and then it disappears, then you never see him again. We have sent the Chimeras in to fight Azeg head-to-head. This is not smart, so we will help them with an overcasted Rancid visitations onto him, which will really drop him down. How big is his spell resist? 25 yet. That ain't gonna help him too much, is it? And then we're gonna imbue that thing with the Skull of Terrorgeist. Oh, that decreases cooldowns by 60 seconds as well. That's pretty nice. Really high health, low armor? Yeah, Plague Bearer demons. Really all demons of Nurgle, that's like their thing. You get the physical resist. But they're low armor typically. Yes, zombies. That's the correct answer. Purple sun, won't you come? That's right, the purple sun of Nurgle. And he's gonna drop all of his abilities. Exalted Greater Unclean Ones are crazy strong. And he's like the most special boy of all of them, right? Like, I would rather have this guy than Kugath, no question. No question. And Kugath's really something. Like, I'm not trying to discount how good he is, but Burplesmirk, that's the madman. What a big ol' spider. Having the worst day of its spidery life. But I think of all the factions in the game, you know, there's a few that really benefit from alternate starts, like Beastmen. Warriors of Chaos can have a lot of fun, like, going somewhere else as long as there's just one Dark Fortress around. You know, Wood Elves starting in some other tree. But man, I bet you could take Norska and put them anywhere on the map and you would still have a brilliant time. Not least because sea lanes are pretty good in terms of getting somewhere else in the world whenever you're bored with being where you are. But just the incentives to hunt on all the continents, really good stuff. And we're under attack by 16 Beaumont. Well, I'm not losing those things, so we're going to do it ourselves. Yeah, that's right, I'm going to do a battle. Not well. This army's pretty trucked on already. But, you know, we've got a Mammoth, we got a Metalcaster, we got a Shadowcaster. We'll be alright. And their reinforcing armies are quite scant, and really we could probably just charge in with our heroes and win the whole thing, which is just what we're going to try to do. Now, is it smart to run a Mammoth in? Yeah, it is. Why? Because you're not afraid of anything. What are they going to do? Shoot it with some arrows? Before they know it, you'll be there with something even scarier than arrows. A Mammoth. And of course, when your mammoths regenerate, and they do, they all will. Man, is there a generic lord in the game I like as much as the Norscan generic Marauder Chieftain? I don't think so. Maybe there is. Maybe the Master Engineer, whatever, the engineer guy for Empire, because getting to get a tank is as cool as getting a mammoth. It is. Look, I love mammoths, but steam tanks are objectively incredibly awesome. It's exactly as cool. It might even be slightly cooler. It's not a lot cooler, but it's as cool. And then he's just going to drop a Pit of Shades and delete these 2 units. Perfection. And the Paladin goes around. It's so annoying dealing with flying heroes. It makes you feel like the computer is fighting fair. It's like you almost want to not even click on them, right? You just say, okay, just attack whatever's on the ground, and eventually you might accidentally hit your enemy a little time or two, and then you'll be okay. But the other element of the fact that the Mammoth regenerates, the battle healing cap for our faction now is something like like 60 or 65% higher than it's supposed to be, like by default. So if we just take like a dumb fight and then run away, like we've got 20,000 hit points in the tank. Generic use cases, dwarf ladies, everything you want. But don't forget about. So what I want a lord for is to be like a centerpiece that you can hang your whole hat on. Someone who won't die. I guess in that main, too, you have, like, vampire lords on foot. Like a Strigoi vampire lord on foot, where you just, like, you don't even gotta worry. But no, it's probably the regenerating mammoth. Man, and this dude with his excellent target selection. Like, just gets on top of my wizard, because I'm not very smart. Oh, these guys came over here, and then they lost the target, so now they're sitting still. I understand. Yeah, the old double paladin. It's just a single paladin here, but double paladin was like a whole meta for, oh god, years for Bretonnia. I'm like, I guess I could have put the chems on the paladin. Why am I acting like I don't have anything in the air? Because they're fighting something else. Alright, now the paladin's gone, just in time for more guys to show up. Like, yeah, just sit still and let the paladin charge us until he goes away. It worked. Alright, I gotta quit being silly, though. If a master engineer could have a gyrocopter as a mount, that would be the best. It would be so cool. I have to believe that they originally planned it and then just didn't give it to us because they don't want us to be happy. That's just what I have to believe about the world. %50 more than safe. That's right, he's the one with the Book of Corn. Yeah. Are they gonna run into it? They are gonna run into it. That's hilarious. I was just thinking, I'm like, oh man, we didn't really get the best spacing there. That's not a good cast. This is a better cast. They'll walk right into it. You'll see. Boom, baby. The pit and the pendulum. But that's the breaks of, you know, allowing your auto-resolve to take you down to 30% army strength. You don't get to use your whole army. It's alright. We obviously are winning. We obviously are going to sit a sweet pendulum up Boom, boom, boom. That's the wind, all right. If a master engineer could have a gyrocopter as a mount, I would just... Oh, it'd be so good. Just carry around extra stacks with all my gyros and my whole Royal Air Force. Yep. They can get a gyro bomber or a gyro, you know, so they can get, you know, the fire while moving the faster stuff, or, you know, they can get the suppressive stuff, and then yeah, and then they can lean out the side and you know, hit them. Do you know the 40k meme, get closer, I want to hit him with my sword? It's probably my favorite of all Warhammer memes. There's an Imperial Guardsman, like, commander, the tank commander of the Baneblade. And he's, like, you know, up. He's got his sword up, and he's just like, all right, ready to roll. And, and you know, he's got a text box, you know, get closer, I want to hit it with my sword. And he's on a super heavy tank, like a massive, massive, massive tank. And then, you know, because the model's got a chainsword in his hand. It's a very Warhammer thing. Where are you, Sail? Come out and fight. Come out and die, Sail. Where are you? Faithless one. $40K for this? Wow, of course we have 700, so it doesn't matter. Let's pillage it. Raise it. Drake Hunter's banner, which we don't really care about. That's right, we're even using one here, which we don't want to be. Because he doesn't use it. We need a Famir unit so we can take advantage of that Famir line breaker thing. A Razor Standard, I guess. I mean, it's better since we don't have anything that goes on. No, Wolfclaw banner. There we go. No, we only have the one Skinwolf unit, though. What are you gonna do?
Despoil and ravage. Enslave the Southerners. Journeying.
Does that mod exist? Ooh. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't think it would be that hard to do. You wouldn't think, you know, because the model already exists in the game for a gyro bomber or whatever. Alright, Burple's up here, and he can just... That's right, this fool came and fought me on purpose, I remember. Alright, so we need to fight him first. And then we'll go to encampment, I guess. Breath on a Black Orc followed up with another Breath on the Black Orc? Yeah. They're getting gazed a little bit. It's all good. We're just going to charge right in, right? And let the Hero Core regen a little bit while they're locked in here with us. Use the skull on him, that makes all of his abilities get almost off cooldown again, but importantly gives blinded to everything, and we're just gonna... I'm like, let's go, buddies, you can't avoid me all day. Because he don't care about them at all. Alright, we go for an overcasted Rancid on the spider. Yeah, the guy in the air ain't gonna be fighting too much longer. And they're gonna run right into this purple sun. They're all gonna run into it, you'll see. Beautiful. Oh, is it not? Stream of corruption here. Pop the deluge. We should have waited for more targets there, but it's alright. Because, like, he's a Mortis Engine effect. I'm totally pleased to have him fighting all these guys. And they're all about to run. Everyone that's on him is about to run. We just need to get over here to engage with everybody else. Ooh, these guys are skirmish cav, and they are not skirmishing. No, they are not. We're going to get the berserkers running down the hill. Downhill charge into the biggins, even if they're anti-large, and they are. We will... Oh, man. Rear charge by the Orc Boy biggins there, though. Very, very much a blunder. It'll be alright, unless it isn't. Another purple sun. We're going to drop it, like, right here. Yeah, we are. Need to get these guys off of this side. There. Those Orc Boy biggins aren't going to fight for too much longer. Papa Locus here. Get some units, probably as much as we can hope for at this point, and we just need to get guys over on this side. Still, we've certainly clogged up enough of them on this front to get it done. Master Engineer Gyrocopter mount. Yeah, I gotta... That'll... We've just discovered the next campaign. That's bad cast. It actually does okay. But that's why Great Old Exalties are fun, right? My man has 6,000 value, and he could get 6,000 more if there were that many more of them to kill. He's just an inspiration to us all. That's why he's the boss. He gets it done. And when you consider how underwhelming some campaign rewards can be, when you get one like Burplesmirk, you're just like... And of course, he's not even winning the campaign reward. He's just like, you did super well in the campaign reward. You know, he's like just a signpost. The altar thing used to be, if memory serves, don't quote me on it, but I think it used to be like the victory condition for Norska. That's how I remember it being. But now it's just like one of them. And certainly, I know for a fact that the Regiment of Renowned Hellcannon used to be the Corn reward, because it's the one I always got. Alright, so here, after we pop them there, do we just... Yeah, this is fine. We go here for the replen. We don't need to chase him down, because he's beat up. He's not going to replenish, because Chaos Corruption. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Alright, so cursed by the dark gods, but who? Who was it? What does it mean?
What you ask is impossible. Overrun the war.
He gets Seasoned Campaigner for Perfect Vigor, which is every bit as awesome. On each character gets it. You're like, oh, okay, now we're fine. Now we can do anything we want to do. Now the world is an oyster that belongs to us.
Southerners. Chieftain of the tribe. Journey. Outstanding. Slaughter the sheep.
You come to
Bretonnia down to just 5 now, which are these 4 and... there, good. Well, be getting to the end of a couple of these big major wars, which feels good, you know, when you entirely eliminate a faction, especially one that's been this annoying, you know, you can't help but feel pretty satisfied.
Despoil and ravage.
Why does he buff Iron Drakes? I do not know. I suspect they did it because they wanted one of the lords to do it. But they were the unit that you started with in his campaign. Right? Right? Yeah, you had like one unit of him back when he started at Karaza Karak, and he was like a replacement lord for Thorgrim back in 1. That was his beginning unit. Yeah.
the eternal challenger.
Take what's theirs.
And if you ever lost him, you had to turn the whole game off.
War unceasing.
You can see him being better suited to be a summon tier like the Green Knight. You know, yeah. I quite agree. I think he would be so much better implemented as like a faction-wide thing you had access to, where you could like inject him into a garrison, you know, like to like a proper dwarf hold. Like if one of the Karaks was under attack, you could summon Grombrindle, right, or whatever, or he would show up, you know, summon, but like, and then just be like a crazy bonkers ancestor defending the thing. I thought that could be like a really awesome way to implement it, but I guess they wanted him a lord on the campaign map because Gromby was like a free LC lord or whatever. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you know, hey, they're at the gates, or like, you know, maybe because like imagine, you know, the Karak 8 Peaks, and you've got, you know, your ancestor spirits there with Belagar, and then Gromby shows up to hold the line at the gates again, you know, like that to me is every bit as awesome of an idea as getting to play as Grombrindle as a faction. Not least that Grombrindle is much more a spirit of the Dwarven people than he is a Dwarven lord, right? But he's still very cool. I'm glad we get to play him and all, but no, because I remember when I was first playing the game, when I didn't have like any DLCs at all, because I had gotten it from the Humble Bundle subscription. And I would always eye Belagar's campaign, and I'd be like, oh, that seems so hard, and your units cost more. And of course, I was very inexperienced in these days, but I would just be playing the Dwarf campaign over and over, and I would do so much better as Thorgrim because he started with artillery, and I'm an artillery guy, and I like did not appreciate how to use the flamethrowers as much. But every now and then I would sprinkle in some Thorgrim, and sometimes do okay. All right, do both of these guys have the Fey Enchantress defeat trait?
Chieftain of the tribe.
Yeah, good deal. Well, you'll go because you're the least damaged. No, we'll both go because
forbidden of the tribe.
90,000 spoils. Oh, the points don't matter.
Overrun the world.
I am the one. It is said.
Suppose mechanic doesn't seem very well thought out. It is very good in the early game. It suffers dramatically later on. Yeah, you can put them anywhere. I feel like if it was like at least at a port and not just like some friendly place, because what we're doing here, you know, being able to raise it, get 6,000, take it back for 500 and send all of them immediately home, as well as, you know, getting the free army to take care of it. It's a very satisfying loop, but it does let you go quicker than you ought to be able to, abstractly, right? Because it makes it where you burn it down, you get your chance for really incredibly good epic items, and even if you don't get one, you get something. Hey, and we get accursed armor. This armor sucks. It could be good, but it makes you 50% slower, so, like, basically, why would you ever use it? You could put it on, like, an artillery lord that didn't have good armor. You could put it on Kugath. You could put it on Kugath and it would actually be awesome, right? He might be the only lord I can think of. Because even like a steam tank has high enough armor and you wouldn't want to slow it down anyway. Is there anybody else? Yeah, I think just Kugath. But having an item that's only kind of good for only one person in the whole game is fine, actually. Magic attacks actually pretty good because these, you know, one thing about the mammoth guys is they don't get magic attacks. Oh, Ragnar, we haven't distributed a level to him in 10 levels. It probably hasn't been that many turns though. Gets his lightning strike. Hey Neo, you think everyone should have a familiar friend by their side? Oh, me too, you know. And I can't smell very well. My nose looks ordinary, but on the inside it's been broken a few times. So, you know, I think even a Famir would be okay. No, probably not. I bet they smell like a water moccasin. I don't know what water moccasins smell like, but I've heard it described by people. I know what they look like, though. And I know what they sound like. I know what it feels like when they bite into your boot and you're like, oh no, not today, but then your boot doesn't fall apart and you live. I know what that's like too. Ah, moccasins. Growing up by the bayou's fun.
A challenge?
You're a great one.
Chieftain of the tribe. Tribal fury. Marauding.
Yes. To the four corners. Put up barricades. Okay.
Bring death.
Can you say okay? Did Norskin say okay? Where are you, Sail? Is the Empire falling to port? Oh yeah, it's you could say that, man. I believe this is their last bastion. Yes. Now we've been beating them down for ages. So, like, where's a good way to look at the map? So we've got all of Norska. We're this sort of tannish color here, right? This grayish tannish thing. We've got all of this. We've got altars to the serpent and all of that. We took out what used to be the Chaos Dwarf lands. They were already kind of gone. We popped Archie. This is like there, and we're over here above Cathay. The Empire is in absolute tatters. There's one thing there. We got some Elspeth stuff that we're dealing with there. Bretonnia is on its way out. Yeah. A gray-blue, that's, yeah, not tan. I was looking at a tan color. Does Norskin speak English? Sail's over here somewhere, and I am going to grab him. Because he's born over here, and I know he's still around because we saw his thing. So we're just going to raid over until we find him, and we're going to punch him and make him join us. But, no, I would say they don't speak English, but I'm also pretty sure that no one in this game speaks English. It's all just a shorthand, you know. But it's funny, too, because, like, even if it's like, oh, it's, you know, fantasy English, do you expect it to be like, okie dokie? The chem stack, yeah. Oh, it was pretty good. We put it together just to fight this one battle, and then we never used it again. But yeah, you get your heroes and stuff, and then 15 chimeras. It's actually very good. Chimera are one of the best units in the whole game. I know I say that a lot. It's true though, because I'm using them. They're amazing though. They're very, very good. Imperial Common, yeah. Just like how in Warhammer 40k it's low Gothic or whatever, but you know. Or how in Harry Potter they just do bad Latin to cast spells. Their breath attacks are super solid. Yeah, I always forget to do them. Just a couple of breath attacks though. Like it's super good against like even elite infantry. The blast, the explosive damage is fine, and like it's decent portion AP. And what I really love about them, though, is how good they are against the normal thing you would do to deal with a flying monster, which is you tie them up and flank them when they're on the ground, or you get, like, harpies or furies in the air, surround them, and take advantage of that big negative melee defense hit that you get when you get around them. But when they're immune to flanking, like, even if you sort of get in over your head somewhere, you just don't have to care about it. You just brawl. It's so good. Carlos is over here. We'll send him up there to Burplesmirk. We didn't name him Carlos. That's just what he's called. And right after I had looked at him, I saw a different one that was named Garm, and I was like, well, there we go.
For the dark gods. The joy of disease.
Carlos is a fitting name for a Squin Wolf. It's a fine name. It's just because like all the Nordic names tend to be stuff, you know, you see Scorsus, Svingor, Rongvald, you know, and then you know, like they're all very very Nordic coded names, whether or not they are real names, and then every now and then they, you know, Bjarki, Ragnar. Carlos Starfire. Because, like, Carl, you know, with a nice strong K, definitely, you know, would track entirely. But, like, the OS suffix, right, that's, like, a diminutive of the Latinate eos, if I'm not mistaken. Get the Wood Elves? Oh, we will, don't worry. Alright, do we go for the Griffinwood? They've got their Wa and stuff. Well, I mean, I guess we just do it because otherwise we have to fight that army again before too long. And we all healed up. Yeah, it's all good. Let's get to it. After all, if it's... Oh, it's just a field battle. I'm like, they don't get the tree, do they? They don't get the tree. Oh yeah, and they just got like stuff. It's a Wa, ooh, with lava spiders, so that's interesting. Guess we could auto it. We're not gonna auto it. This could be fun. Does he have a unique model? He does not. He merely has the best trait. Just the best trait. If he was his own faction for Nurgle demons, I would probably play them. Like, a lot. We get hit by the Gaze and Nagash. No, by not the Gaze and Nagash. That's not the name of the ability. We're not fighting them. It's only the big guy that's got that. It's like, I dare y'all to bunch up here. I dare ya. Overcasted Rancid Visitations there. And followed up with a gigantic, a huge Purple Sun of Xerius with the boosted Spell Mastery. Hit him with a deluge after it. Pop all of it. Oh man, look at that. Watch the blob melt. You know, I don't actually know how to cancel a spell without casting something else. There's definitely a key for it. I should probably learn it. And we're just going to send this guy up to fight the spider. It's fine. He'll hit it. The Orc Boy Biggins have discouraged on their melee attack? What? That must be something special for their faction at the moment. Overcast advanced visitations on the big guy there. Finally using all my winds of magic, of course. If you throw out massive single target deletion spells, that does put a damper on your overall control of the winds. Alright, need to get skirmish mode off there so that they can get through here. Just trolls and trolls on the stone trolls. Delete them. We got a downhill charge, a black orc's coming. Let's get a breath here. And a breath here again. Seems fine. And charge into them. Here and here. Coming around there. Each stream only costs 2 wins because of the Lore of Death lore passive, essentially, that we have, so it's always worth casting. Hero's doing a wonderful job distracting all of these fools, and now we get to run in on the Black Orcs just as they arrive. Ooh, look at this. That's a good target for a Purple Sun if I've ever seen one. The wall is active, but look at what cost. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage. Oh, I love this army. Because you don't even have to worry about it. You're like, alright, yeah, they'll come back from the dead. It'll be okay. It's not like any other army in the entire game I've ever played. It's better than vampires, because you're not vampires. You're Norska. Other than that, it's exactly like vampires. The most fun you can have. Maybe it's on the... I don't think it would be an ability, though. It would have to be... It wasn't a spell. Was it a spell? It could have been. It's on the Orc Biggins and the Orc Boy Biggins. It could be a tech. It could be a tech deep in the tree. That actually seems relatively plausible, right? Or it could be like a WoW reward. But I'm thinking like a tech might explain it. I just don't remember ever seeing it. I mean, I fought against a lot of orcs in my time. But not Isaac very often, right? He doesn't do so hot most of the time. Maybe a scrap upgrade? Maybe. But it's on every of the Orc Biggins in the army. I didn't think I saw a scrap icon even. It was on all the Biggins. Well, they've got a scrap icon, but it's on them too, and they don't have a scrap icon. They also don't have an ability listed for it, which, curious. That, you know, so it wouldn't be like an aura imbuing it to them or something. Could be a trait. It could be a new boosted trait where it's like give Orc Biggins discouraged, but I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. That's very cool though. Discouraged is -16. That's really good. And discouraged as something that you get on a cavalry unit is incredibly powerful because you're already getting your flanking bonuses, right? And with another 16 on there becomes a much larger window of what is absolutely safe to charge, in addition to being, like, smart or maybe, like, overall a good plan, right? Yeah. An item with immune to flanking. Now that I'm getting on more stuff, I'm like, you know, that really is where it is. Because when you're flanked, you get your melee defense reduced by, I believe it's 75%. But, you know, if it's just a single lord, of course, it's harder to get stuff like, you know, something to remove magic attacks. And then, you know, you get to lean on physical resist or something like that. You could go for that armor that gives you plus 200 armor and lower speed, but of course that doesn't make you invulnerable and makes you unable to get away from anything. And if they have the AP, you know, that's not going to save you from Grimgor beating your head off. Yeah, because the scrap on the Biggins is there, but it wasn't there on the Boar Riders, and we did see the ability there, too. Yeah, they're definitely War Fanatics. I thought I saw them throw their little, throw the little dudes a little earlier, and it looks like we did. Berwyn Hornborg. Hornborg.
Chieftain of the tribe.
The joy of disease. Crush their hope.
This guy's called Carlos as well. Perhaps it is a very traditional Norscan name, and I am ignorant. It would not be the first thing I didn't know about. How much fist resist ward save can you stack on Malachi? Oh, I'm not sure. Good bit. You can get Blessing of the Lady from the special location, right? He's unbreakable, you know, so there is that. If you got items to make all of those... You know, now I'm thinking, Luke, is there a way to give Unbreakable on an item? Because you can just give all of those heroes Unbreakable, and then it won't matter. Because they won't run. But that's 19 units of getting a thing, which is a lot of units. 19 of them in the air, unbreakable, all of them with restock, throwing each other bandoliers. Oh man, that I would watch a whole feature length film of that. Yep, exactly. Even after army losses, unbreakable units remain on the battlefield, and the battle is not over until they're gone. Which, as a Warhammer PvP enjoyer, of watching it back in the land battle days, because now they have domination, which is like a capture the flag thing where you get points for having the things and you call in more. It's awesome. It's so good. It's so much better than it used to be. But back in the land battle days, which there were all these basically rules that the tournament organizers would put in to make them more watchable and good because things were bad. But like, man, the amount of games that ended with Ungrim beating people down in army lossing the foe because he was sitting there and they couldn't kill him, it was a lot. It was a lot.
Enslave the Southerners.
Which was like the opposite, right? But you know, they would have like slayers, you know, till the end of the game, and you couldn't win until you got rid of all of them. Just incredibly annoying. Now, of course, you can do that, but because you have to get the points, you know, like the fact that they can't kill your army no longer matters. So, like, if you're in a land battle and they bring a thunder barge and you can't kill it, well, that really stinks. But if you're in domination, they bring a thunder barge, you can probably just like run away from it and then take the points and win the game. It is impossible. Ah, alas. No, that's right. But yeah, I would say then the next best thing, just to get something that gives Malachi sniping unspottable and stuff. Because Briarheath, that armor, the one that's like legendary for everybody. That gives you snipe unspottable, physical resist. Now that, yeah, and then just get stalk. Yeah, I would say just give Malachi stalk, and then you'll be fine. Because even if they're looking for him, with your Air Force, you'd be able to so dramatically bash anything that got close to him. Prefer not to have to hide. I see, yeah. Well, I would think that it wouldn't be like having to hide so much as like hiding when necessary, but of course if I were doing it, I would get like Malachi and like a couple Thanes and a couple Dragon Slayers, and I would sit them in a forest and I would just hang out there, and then I would use 15 guys in the sky. But my idea of a good Doom stack is a mixed army. I say that 15 Chimeras up in the north, but you'll note I'm not using them. Catapult, Rune Lord, 3 Thanes, the rest Gyros and Ninjas above them. Nice. If I don't have some guys with shields, like, I don't even feel like a dwarf. I never need to use the shields, mind you, I just need to have them. My emotional support shields. Heyo! It's your boy! Oh, and he has a couple of the legendary items, so we'll get a double dip on that too. And this guy's got a Manticore tail. So, like, we're going to be able to get... So, whenever they... No, this is the Chimera Spike thing. Okay, yeah. I'm like, man. Because when we got Wulfric, we got the... one of the better abilities in the game, which is the Chaos Frost Dragon ability. But yeah, we're just going to run in here. He's even in March stance, which is pretty funny. Well, you know... He's allied with the Blessed Dread, Puppets of Misrule, and Yusak. And Village doesn't even join in with them. The Blessed Dread wants to brawl. Now, of course, this is just going to be a rollover, but we're going to do it anyway. After all, you got to put some respect on your opponents. Win it so. Unsportsmanlike, fair. Situation is fragile, fair. But yeah, I mean, you could just throw in 200 armor on a Slayer, you know. Get you most to where you want to be. Or you confederate Belagar, and then you get his Thanes, and then you give them something to disable magical attacks. Or give them the armor, and that's real good too. An ethereal dwarven lord. And he's just like going for sale. What a strong buddy. I like him. Of course he's going because I told him to, but it's still very brave. Skinwolf's trying to get in there and there. We're going to overload him with trolls and trolls and trolls. Got Marauder Hunters, no Javelins there, so that's AP missiles. Got to worry about them a little bit. Not over much, but a little bit. Marauder Bearmen losing their fight there. We're going to charge in here, here. That. These Skin Wolves, they're having a fun time, but they're not gonna want to fight 2 units of Perfect Vigor trolls that, you know, they still, I mean, they're anti-large. They like to fight my guys, but it's still not ideal for them. The Famir. Whoa, no. Oh, what's beating me? Oh, there. Huh. We're fighting the Cursed Etten and Marauder Champ's Great Weapons. Well, that's what's beating me. Alright, how do we get out of this? We drop a Pit of Shades right here. And then when they get displaced, we run this way. The good news is Sail regenerates. The good news is that we forgot. The better news is that we are shooting him with lots of javelins, and he'll be taken out from that. Flock o' Doom right here. Oh, right. Our reinforcing army's here now. I remember. I'm like, that's right, we have like 1,000 trolls here. Disable magic attacks? Yeah, you can get them. I don't know if it's in the Dwarven tree, though, but it's on some things. But I think... I don't know if it's on anything in there, though. It may not be in the dwarf item thing. One time the only first rise battle ended. I don't remember. I vaguely remember that event, but, you know, there's been many campaigns since then. Yeah, baby! Alright, where was this? Where are other holdings? Is that his last place? Oh no, up here. Okay. Hey, we get Dark Tower, which has a bunch of all of the stuff already done. Perfect. And he'll be back in just a bit, and of course he has, you know, Night Maw and all the other good stuff. We'll probably respec him because I'm sure his tree is trash. You don't see why you'd ever not want to confederate them. Because it starts a 10-turn cooldown. So if it's like a minor Norskin Lord and you want to get Wolfric like in 5 turns or something, you wouldn't want to do it. And also you get a public order penalty. I think that doesn't matter too much usually, right? But I mean, it could be theoretically a reason that you'd want to stay away from it. Yeah, it's just a minor one. But then also you get, I believe it's negative 40. Yeah, you get a negative 40 with all the other Norskins when you confederate somebody. So especially early, you know, there would be considerations of getting sort of a frayed alliance, you know, like maybe they'll break something, maybe you'll get bushwhacked, you know, just stuff like that that might want to keep you from doing it. But in general, I would say, I mean, you just take it, right? It only lasts 5 turns. Oh, it's only 5, it's not 10. It's only 5. It's negative 4 control, which is barely anything.
Slaughter the sheep. Great shaven sorcerer.
I can't see him. I don't know what his face looks like. Oh, it won't let me select him because he's out of commission at the moment. Well, that explains why I couldn't see him. Alright. Now, although it's not, like, expensive, we don't need, like, all these cavalry guys, right? We'll keep the champs. Obviously, we'll keep the champs.
The weak must go.
Alright, so the... Oh, it was in here, too. Oh, interesting. Rongvald. Oh, it's the special thing. But yeah, but that's what Spoils is for building the cooler versions of units everywhere and of buildings everywhere, which gives you, you know, stuff like universal around your faction, weapon strength, bigger research rate. Like, it's really good. I just have been neglecting it because I've just been, like, saying, you know, we'll build up some other stuff. Never. But it takes, I mean, several thousand spoils to build all of these spoil areas in one place. Cast dwarf islands move soon. Well, yeah. I'm like, this doesn't help with the dwarf thing, but like, there's one of the Cathay Lions does it, and then it was first in the game, I want to say, on, like, Karnak? Nothing but a corn dog. But, alright, and now I guess we walk in and take Wage in? Yeah. Ooh! 10% for infantry units faction-wide. Why did I not remember that? That's fun.
Chieftain of the tribe, I submit. An affront to the gods.
Don't look at him. Speak to me.
I guess we could go ahead and grab Village here. Not by giving him Dark Tower, by giving him something that's not good.
I will not tolerate.
Don't look at him. Speak to me. I'm the one with the power.
Nah, we'll fight him, whatever. We don't need him alive. I don't think he'd be a good vassal anyway.
I submit. Okay.
Bring death.
Gatekeeper's Belt, enchanted item, unbreakable. There you go. You know, I thought it would be on an item, but I just didn't remember. Because generally, although Unbreakable's so good, normally, like, you don't care about it as dwarves, right? You don't think about it, because everything's got 80 or 90 morale. When's a hero ever gonna run? But, yeah, no. There you go. There you go. That's awesome. We're gonna go ahead and get an army spun up, and then we'll just yeah, we'll get this stupid guy out here. No, we'll get this guy so we can get an army spun up, and then we'll give it to Sale once we recruit him, and then wait, what? Why is the recruitment free? Negative 25% there. Anyway, the recruitment's free, and I'm not gonna worry about it. That's, yeah. Alright. Just wonder if it'll still in the battle even though they didn't rout. To the best of my understanding, flying units are not forced to land if they're unbreakable. They continue on normally. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Alright, this is cool. Alright. We're gonna get... Yeah, why not some Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh for the crew, you know? Get 4 of them, and then some Manticores. This will be Sale's army, right? So it should be like appropriate somehow. We don't need the champs because we got them. We will need at least somebody with javelins. It's traditional to have somebody with javelins. Armored skin wolves, yeah, what, like 3 of them, and then like Etten, and then well, that's 15 units.
Enslave the Southerners.
We'll get a Balefiend, really just to help out, you know. We'll give him a Fire Balefiend. We don't expect this Balefiend's really going to cast spells. It's going to be the Sale show, right? But once Sail gets better, then we'll have to respec him, and then we'll give him this army. But it'll give him time to get him out there, and then we'll just, yeah. Is Furip in Norska? Maybe. I don't think it's really close, right? Because, you get them, like, here. In Talabheim, you know, because it gives you the Marauder Berserker unit stuff, and I was like, well, that's cool, but I don't think there's a fur in all of Norska. No, I'll look real quick. You got Obsidian there. Maybe there's one, like, up here? Nope, not a lot of trade goods up in Norska way. Not really. Yeah, Kemperbad's got them. It's, yeah, here at Talabheim, you can get them. Crack Halls of Findle? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Talabheim has it. Kislev. Oh, Dieterschaffen. There you go. Not Norska, but right there on the water. Yeah. Dieterschaffen would be even easier, I imagine. I mean, it's not like so convenient, but, you know, easy enough to get to and isolate. Unlikely to be, you know, part of the Empire like Talabheim will always be. It's like you can figure that here at Dieterschaffen, it's always going to be somebody that isn't going to upset people that lives there. Nice, nice. It seems like it could be a lot of fun. Alright, and then here we just... Oh yeah, Wolfric can handle him.
Allegiance, my lord. The bite of the hound can be felt on the icy winds. All shall fear the
Huzzah!
that is to come.
And we'll fight Franz on the outside, which will pull all of them out here. And we will do the fight, not least because it will give honor to the Empire, but also because I don't want to lose my mammoths. It's like, oh man, now it's 5 o'clock. Well, that's longer than I wanted to keep on playing. Alright, so what's the danger here? We've got Outrider grenade launchers. Oh, there's less units in... There's less models in the unit for grenade launchers than normal arrows. So, like, why is it 48? That's why. And then the Borderman one are the AP grenade launchers. This regiment of renown, this Imperial troop, they're so good. Anyway, we're going to try to not get popped by them. It's going to be fine. First of all, we're Wolfric. Second of all, we got Skilla and Bjorg. They're going to get struck by the bear. Duelist on a mammoth. Still technically true. But the vast majority of all of their scary stuff is ranged, so we're just going to get there and fight them, you know, as is tradition. Franz is going to get absolutely mauled by the Manticores, right? Sure, he's going to fight back and do good work, but look, they do AP damage. They do as much AP damage as he does. He's not going to have a good time here. Now, Deathclaw has good animations. A great fighter, but look, he was never going to make it out alive. Oh, these are huntsmen. Well, that explains why we were getting shot a good bit there. We're going to get everybody else over on the other side. Probably should have taken a couple more of these heroes with us. Definitely want Wolfric over there for when it goes down, though. And the Emperor of Man gets crunched. Toddbringer's going to be like, pathetic. He is Prince and Emperor, but, you know, put him on a bun, because he's gonna run. Oh goodness, I'm like, alright, time to get into the effort here, alright. Get them on Toddy. The thing about those grenade launchers is they do a lot of damage, and it's AP, and it's explosive. So if they get on, like, anything that's a good target, it really, really shows quick. But of course, we've got our own solutions. We've got our lure of boats. And our very massive overcasted final transmutation. And then we're going to lock him onto the ground with Wolfric's ability. So much for the finest of the Empire. Aw, the wonder of the age, showing up so late. Isn't it wonderful, though? Land ships are the coolest thing. I want to play an Elspeth campaign again. Not really, but I do, though. I do, though. Whenever they fix it. They busted it. Now you can't level up the, You can't level up the stuff, one of the sub-factions things as well, 'cause you need 2,500 of a building, and you may be aware that you can't actually fit that many buildings on the map. You may be aware of that. No, there's the Nuln Gunnery School. To upgrade one of the things, you need to build like a certain top level thing, right? Like one building it's supposed to be, and then you get to the next tier, right? But instead, you need 2,500 of those buildings to get to the next tier. I just don't know what tier it is, but I saw a post about it. It's not fixed yet. But the Moor's Gardens work. Strawberry! Hey, Tristan. Happy New Year to you. There's not even 2,500 settlements on the war map. Yeah, that figures. Yeah, there's certainly less here. It's what, 272? Is that all of them, or is that just like what's on the domination victory? And that's why it makes sense to me. But yes, Happy New Year to you. To me, it is still 5:30 in the afternoon, but it will be the New Year soon for me. And it's fun to see it happen to other people in real time. Is the weather different there? Do you feel any different? Okay, so we don't want to sell the Mads map because now we just got another one. Maybe they had one and we took it from them, actually. That makes sense.
Where's my next quote? I hear you. Tribute to God. Who's next? They can't hide.
Indeed. Not like we need the money.
Victory through chaos.
It's what, it gives you like 2,000.
I'm listening.
We're at negative 26k. We could really be in trouble.
Despoil and ravage.
No, you know, at that rate, it's 1 million in a shade on, what, like 38 turns, something like that. Which, well, it's only turned 95, and I bet we'll make some money between now and then. We haven't gone down in money a bit, and we've certainly been spinning up new armies and not doing anything with them. But it's about sending a message, you know. It's about being. Oh, and when those guys are out, it increases the upkeep from supply lines. I see. I think there's a little bit. No, it doesn't increase the upkeep from supply lines. But we still don't need them to just be hanging out there. That doesn't make any sense. Do we want to get these things and then give them to... Yeah, let's...
Chieftain of the tribe.
Do you seek my medical expertise or to plot?
It's like, come on, Festus. After all those beatdowns, look, he actually did good work for us as a vassal, right? Because he was there the whole time, getting beat on by Franz, and that was good. We'll give him, like, the Black Pit.
Of mine is a friend of Nargos, a favorable.
Here's the fireworks. I did not know that they... I guess it makes sense that places all around the world would do fireworks. Like, I guess I just didn't know that they did that at New Year's everywhere. I remember some years ago I was in New York City, that is to say, and for the New Year. Oh, this guy has the old cockatrice eye, which gives you 750 barrier and magical attacks, which means this needs to go on somebody in Throgg's army, and then they'll get the huge barrier. Well, they'll get a bigger barrier. Yeah. Or we could give it to somebody for a better barrier.
Four corners.
Vision and purpose.
Hey, he doesn't have one. Good. There he goes. And now he'll get 1,200 barrier points. But anyway, I got distracted. But there were signs up like all over that was like, I don't know if you know it, but fireworks are very illegal. I will hunt you down if you shoot off fireworks in this city. And I was like, man, they take this pretty seriously. I guess we're not going to hear any fireworks. Wrong. Wrong. Turns out nobody paid attention to those signs at all. And they were like, oh, I'm sorry. I thought a dude that I'm not going to listen to was talking. And then just carried on doing what they wanted. But yes, I also cannot hear them here. I'm in Arkansas, which is not quite Arizona, but has a postal code often mistaken for it. Yeah, for me, the people that live over yonder way, it's like backyard, but then like, you know, they got their thing. But they ball out sometimes and do a little fireworks thing in their yard, so I can just like sit out on my porch and look at it. But I sometimes the sounds get to me, right? If they're you know, too surprising, like the deep, like this is a cannon fire boom, like that one can sometimes get like way up underneath me, and I'm like, oh, I feel uncomfortable. It was loud. Oh yeah, and then you could use... Oh, that's the other thing. This is what spoils are for, Luke, and I haven't been doing it. So there's buildings that convert the spoils into more money, and that's the point. And no, Arizona is not very near to Bulgaria. But yeah, so you get the spoils, and then you can convert them with your buildings, and then there's other buildings that give you, you know, like your... Like this troll building gives you more income from buildings, so you could do the thing for the spoil conversion, and then you double dip in there, you know, and that's another way that it ties into the economy. In addition to building the buildings, you can use it. Sort of like how the Deeps can use Oath Gold. A lot like that, only not as useful as Oath Gold for, you know, reasons, but... They're distinct in ways that are nice.
Has been summed.
Hey! And we got the Death Singer, Doom Singer thing, which I guess they just got incidentally. I don't think they have to get them at the same time. It's awesome, though. Of course, Wolfric, I mean, they want to have their regeneration, but we could take it away for a bit, you know, and give it to somebody else. Let them try to get the trait. Yeah, we can give them this Forest Dragon Fang for the... Oh, this must have been... We got these from the trophies. We got these from the trophies that we got in the Confederation. So we haven't fought the Forest Dragon, but this is the reward for it. Okay. I'm like, that reminds me, can't I just, like, teleport places?
Would that I could teach them patience. Time. You create so much decay.
Correct Normandy, yeah. There's definitely worse ways to go. Alright. You're the mobility guy, Garm. That's another one called Garm. Garm, a tremendously traditional name, of course. Garm is the name of the Hellhound in Norse myth, which is to say Hell's hound. Hel with one L, the daughter of Loki. And then mentor, auto, mentor, he needs pair, mentor, and then auto. $17 levels? This guy has 17 levels to distribute. All right, let's do a few of those. All right. All right, and then these guys have 11. Definitely time to distribute them some levels too. But especially, like, you get Mentor in a bunch of armies, and then, you know, you start fighting more across the world because your armies are stronger, and then you look up, you're like, oh, they've all got 1 billion hit points. Here we go for Spell Mastery. And those guys get their region, and this guy... Alright, there we go.
Despoil and ravage. Despoil and ravage. Enslave the southerners. No!
Stoke the fire.
We'll make this guy the new chariot man.
Set up camps, you dogs!
None can resist my challenge.
Norska.
I'm skilled.
Reichland has been destroyed, and you know what that means. That means like 12 less guys are going to be bothering me every single turn with their agent abilities. Like, so many fewer guys.
Might you offer me a little biopsy sample? It shouldn't hurt much.
Alright, we can do another hunt. Where do we want to go? We want to go... here in Grand Cathay? Yeah. Which seems like just like not a very good item, right? Encourage for flying units. I mean, okay, but why would you care? Encourage is like for leadership, right? It's like for, like, it's just not that good of an ability. Like, when you see this has encourage, unless it's like a super low leadership faction, you don't care. And well, I mean, I guess there are trolls and stuff, but our trolls aren't really low leadership anymore, are they? And the Wounded Pride ability with... that's just a very small bonus for only being active when you're hurt. Anyway, it's okay. We're going to do it, you know, for the love of the game. Hey! And the monster's location will be revealed there. We will go down and get it once we grab Wei Jin for the amazing technological advancements that we've earned. Means to get to regenerate. Yep, there's that. Of course, with ours, like, look, it gives 15 from the Empire of the Trolls being all the way up, and then in Throgg's army, because, like, in a normal one of our armies, like, Surthek, okay, he has 88 on, like, a Norse control that's at the top level. Throgg's, it's probably like 100 and 120 or something. Yeah, 115 on a Bile Troll. 100 flat on a Norse control. Well, this one's unbreakable. That's why it's set to 100, because of the little ability there. But yeah, just pretty funny stuff. I don't think we have anything with, like, even reasonably low. Well, I mean, yeah. If we have Beasts of Tashnar, they'll only have, you know, 60. Because champs have a ton. Alright. And now Lamont is here to mess with Luen Lund Kur, which, good. We're gonna go here just to pop him before he gets this army off of the ground. Can Valkyrie get unbreakable? Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. And then what you do is, like with a lot of Warriors of Chaos, all the Warriors of Chaos have something in their tree to go demonic, and you don't take it. No, if you get unbreakable, it doesn't count. But I'm pretty sure she gets it. It was, like, who was the person who got unbreakable? Like, yeah, like, Archaon, because he's kind of hard to get unbreakable on, I think. Or was it Sigvald? Because you could get the computer to take demonic on Sigvald sometimes, and then you could kill him, because he was such a headache. But you know what does give you unbreakable is Sword of Cain.
Take what's theirs.
The old Sword of Cain makes you unbreakable, sure, and it does. Rebellion? What? If they bring the Empire back, I'm gonna be so annoyed. Oh, the Confederation on top of the other stuff.
Choose your words wisely.
Greasus Goldtooth? You declared war on me? Unbelievable! And I thought we were friends. But you know, he kinda messed up here. Because the thing about Wulfric is, he's like not that far from the water right now. We get into the water, and so the thing about Seafang is it lets you go just so many places, like way more places than you'd think it should let you go from where you are. I don't think it lets you go like the whole way across the world. But I mean, we're gonna jump from there to over here. And then from there, we're going to jump in here and get right here. And we're going to be ready to fight these ogres in no time. We're going to be right there. And it looks like the Dawi Zharr here are pretty excited about this prospect as well. Alright, we got him. We transitioned the military alliance into a vassalage arrangement by returning him his rightful hold. Good for him, right? Good for him. And it's like, does he need... He has to convert that into a... He might not. Oh, he might be messed up here. we might have given him this thing, and then he can't actually move it over into a regular city. Orange cheesy fields. It's not that actually valuable for choice. Yeah, it's really just like... it lets you put slayers into situations and not worry about them as like a flank guard type of thing.
I will butcher any who interfere.
Move on then.
This dude gets 17k in the post-battle loot.
Bring death. Fine.
Like, maybe these ogres will explain to me why he thought that was a good idea. You know, he probably thought we were weak. Far away from our borders. Some of that even might be true. But, you know, only part of it. Only the far away from our borders part of it. It's like, I kind of think keeping that dude there is smart, actually. It, you know, it sends a message. It says, I'll defend my land. Oh, this is what we should have been building. Hero and Lord Faction Rate +1. Uzklek is a factory.
Tribal fury.
The fly master.
Alright, where's Burp gonna go? Here, yeah. Yeah, I assumed when we traded it over to him it would make it like a normal main settlement, but I guess I never even thought of that for the Chaos Dwarves. That makes, you know, because their culture's so, you know, specific. They wouldn't just be like, you know, a clean one-to-one, I guess, but it's funny to think that we handed it over to him and it's like not going to be useful to him at all, but you know, he'll be all right. You could convert it to an outpost and sell it off. They just sit there thinking, man, sure wish we had our old stuff.
A certainty. The eagle guides me.
I
Oh, we've already gotten... Alright, now, we finally raised enough to get every single of the items, so there's another thing achieved. Good for us. Bjarki gets his perfect vigor.
Slaughter the sheep. Lord of the Glade. Enslave the Southerners. Speak. Moving out. I submit. Accepted.
Alright, they've got just one place left, fittingly at Castle Carcassonne.
Marauders all. Yes.
Neither one of these guys needs him in there. It's alright.
Dominate. Yes, Lord. Fine.
He gets trade from first... Yeah. Because trade with anybody that has the thing gives you the access to it, which is so good for dwarves. I remember I didn't figure that out with Thoric's campaign until I had turned on a couple of people to take the stuff, and I was like, oh, I could have just gotten a trade agreement. Thoric, man, when that campaign came out, oh, dude, the rework of the dwarves, what a great time that was. Just amazing. Because, you know, they had been missing a lot. I still loved playing them, but man, whenever they got that Oathgold Forge going on... Well, that was later, right? Yeah. That was the second rework. The first rework was just him getting access to the stuff that was sort of like the Oathgold things with his special objectives. Or was there Oathgold then too? Was that when it came out? And then the Deeps was later. Yeah. Because I didn't even know the Deeps. Ikit, you're alive?
Impressive. The bonds with the Hound grow stronger. The fangs of Norsgard drool for new flesh to harvest.
Deeps came with Edgework.
Chieftain of the tribe. Yes.
And that was such a good mechanic too, right? Alright, we need to get... No, we'll just... He can grab Wei Shen. Yeah, it won't be tough to grab. Colonize it because we need the landmarks. And then here, take Collapse of Grand Cathay, which gives Mastery of Elemental Winds for all spellcasters, which will add a bare minimum for any of these armies with 2 casters in them, make him a stronger, but for, like, you know, Burplesmirk's army might be even better than that. And we're just going to be all in Cathay's lands, just making him have a headache, just raiding him. He already hates us, right? But is he brave? I'm Strength Egg 1 now. Get some... Like, are there any... What was that icon? Oh, that's the altar icon. Okay. I'm like, what do you mean, altar to chaos undivided? It's an altar to a specific kind of chaos. Okay.
Servant of the dark gods.
You have my favor.
I'll make time to enjoy ourselves, children. Fine work, my children. So, you got my team.
At last.
The blessed and the... With this honor, the house is honored. Uncleanest.
That'll be the end of Azag, the end of the Empire, and the end of Bretonnia, all in quick succession.
All will perish.
What do you offer? Things for burn.
I have no reason to.
Chosen drużyna. May the Fly Lord spare you of his most deadly.
All right. Throgg did it. No, I mean, some of it. It won't tell us we've won the game until we've done one more trophy hunt. Which, honestly, gives you pretty good stuff there. With the 15 ward save, the regen on the monsters. Because often, you know, it's like, okay, they could get here. But if you're not going to get red line skills for it, you know, each of the Norseman lords, though, does have hard monstrosities for perfect vigor for them. And which is amazing. Perfect vigor, especially like on a flying monster, you can't overstate how good it is. And then the barrier hit points is nice too. Which if you get this thing, which is quite a great item, man, Norska, there's a lot of replayability, I think. Depending on how much you like mammoths, trolls, being a Viking, and hearing the lamentations of your foes. Yeah, because I guess the next step here is to burn down the wood elves. It looks like the looks like they're having troubles of their own, right? With the dwarves doing part of the work for me. So we'll just roll in and burn it down, right? Get that old Oak of Ages burn. What's the tech for that? Strider on the monsters, that's right. You know, that's real good. And reload time reduction for all armies. I mean, pretty good. And I guess we'll get a nice unit mass for the monster units and then like a bonus for the mammoths here before long. Beating up on them. Glorious charge when fighting against high elves. That is pretty sweet. 20% missile resist fighting against dark elves. Decent. Anyway. Yeah, we'll give Berserk to all the units in the army at the expense of a couple of those things. Wolfric completes his journey. But yeah, this aura is just nice though, you know. Kill some stuff, get weapon damage and AP damage for other people. Plus 10% more hit points for all characters. That's just good, you know. You don't... We already have so many bonuses to hit points. Because a mammoth already has a lot, and then we have all these other faction benefits giving it even more. Blessed Dread has 7. Okay. Alright. Well, that is awesome. We finally achieved peace with the Empire and with the people of Bretonnia and with Azog the Slaughterer. No, we haven't achieved peace with Azog yet. And why not? Where is he? Oh, he ran up that way. Battle healing cap 500%. Sure, it does give you a miscast base chance though. But battle healing cap 500%. This is an item that I don't really care for in this specific campaign for the things, but so Luke, you may know this, but so dwarves can equip arcane items in the rune slot. This item in the rune slot for Gotrek it's the happiest you could ever be. Kimria is all the way up to the door here. You know, I bet he actually would want to be my friend. He won't work for me, though. Okay, no, he doesn't like me some for things. I'm like, why? Oh, yeah, it's just 30 for... I'm like, you should be impressed with how strong I am. He's just not that impressed, right? I guess the Wood Elves are all the way up through there. Look at that. Look at them over here.
Not since the coming of Morga has Athel Lauren been so...
You know, it's all about sending a message, I guess. But we're just going to roll in and take the oak.
I hear you. Decamping. Accepted. On the prowl.
Can you get multiple sources of regenerate months? Yes, they just can't have the same name.
Overrun the world. What?
So if you have this thing that says regeneration, if you have anything that says gives you regeneration, it won't work. But something like the hunger, something like this Norskin item that Wolfric has, that's Charm of the Gods, if it's heal per second or whatever, because that is functionally not true regeneration. They're different abilities that function in different ways. But 2 sources of regeneration is just 1 regeneration, of course. Liquid fortification, yeah. If that's the name of the ability, and when you mouse over it, it doesn't say regeneration, then you're good. And you could definitely get regen, like from Doomsinger, one of the Elven swords. You could get another source there as well. Gotrek gets it in his tree, if I'm not mistaken, but of course there's only one of him.
Enslave the Southerners. No delay. I submit. War unceasing. Chieftain of the tribe.
Or like this strength from flesh. It's like this is another one that would work because it is a regenerative ability, but it's not regeneration, you know, like that little plus just tells you what kind of ability it is. It doesn't mean it's regeneration. The name of this one is regeneration, so you know you get a little bit of leeway there.
All the way.
But yeah, I guess we'll give him that, and then a potion of healing. And And then we get the Casket of Sorcery. This is a bad item, and we're not going to use it. No, it can be okay. It's not good for this army. Or any of my armies, in point of fact. But we don't want to get rid of it, because then it could roll us another one. And I'm pretty sure it won't roll you more unique items if you already have one. Although you can get them in other ways, theoretically, of course, by, you know, capturing them from an opponent who has them, that kind of thing.
Dark sea.
Overrun the world.
Tribesmen gather.
General.
Enslave the Southerners. Marauding. I am in agreement.
Despoil and ravage. The tribe consents. Dominate. Okay.
Alright, and he'll move over there, deep into the heart of Cathay. I imagine he won't do anything about it. He's got no guts. He's just a dragon.
Leader of men.
But Wulfric's here, and that means he can... Oh no, you can't get up on there from this way. You gotta go here.
They can rest for now.
Tremble, weakling. Bloodthirsty.
Hey, and there's our 15th altar. Good, good, good.
Tribesmen, gather.
We just need to build one of these things so that we can actually recruit the Chaos Warriors of Khorne with dual weapons. Who are, you know, fine. They're not as cool as our units are. They are, though. They wear even redder stuff than we have access to. But okay, great.
Enslave the Southerners.
I'm like, he's back, but what we need to do is just look at him up here. Where is he? Where is he? Okay, I guess we can't see him. That's alright.
Despoil.
All right, Sail the Faceless. And what did he get? Well, he got no magic at all. No magic at all? Like, no magic at all? Time to respec him. You know, at least they gave him his unique line. And look, with 6 casts of Nightmaw, I mean, you can get, you know, you can kill like 3 whole units of Chosen with 6 casts of Nightmaw. So it's not like he couldn't do anything. It's just, you know, when you take a guy that's one of the premier wizards in the game, not one of the very finest, but one of the great ones. I need to end this now, or I'm going to look up and realize that it's 10 o'clock and I haven't eaten in 10 hours. Which is, right now, it's just I haven't eaten in 7.5 hours, and it's time to eat. Did I save it? Yes. Alright. Well, anyway, things are sure going great. We're going to do this last trophy hunt. I guess we could have gotten the I won the game message if we had gotten it slightly earlier. But it'll tell us that we win it next time when we do it, because I really do need to go. Yeah, we're just gonna... And I'm just like, I'm not bored of this campaign yet, so I'm gonna keep on playing it till I am. But yeah. Thanks for watching, thanks for listening. Hope you've enjoyed. Man, you know, the Doomrocket wasn't as cool as I wanted, but every other thing we've done has been as cool as I wanted. So, feels good, feels awesome. We're so strong, we're so tough, we're so mighty. The Skinwolves are just like, man, what a cool unit. As long as this 360 missile block is bugged for the full faction, I'm gonna enjoy it. They're gonna fix it someday, but not today. Anyway, see you, Luke. Later, Kristen Ivanov, if you're still around. Later, Neo, if you're here. Chong, everyone else. It's been lovely. Limtrix, if you're around. But anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. I'll be back around later on tonight. I'm not doing anything but playing video games today. But if I don't see you, Happy New Year. And if you're watching in the future, I'm sure you're already aware that you're in the future. So, you know, you should get into your little traveling pneumatic tube and zip on down to wherever the factory is, where you have to buy a single grain of rice where you can subsist on for the rest of eternity. I assume that's what the future will be like. Either that, or in the grim dark future, there will only be war. 2 choices. Only 2. See you guys.